Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay, eller? Is it okay? So, very warm welcome to everyone. It's always nice to be here. I'm not really comfortable with this one, but I have to. At least you can hear me. So, if it looks strange, you just have to accept that. So, time for user conference again, and my name is Peter Karlsson, and here is my contact information. And I'm the managing director for the Precast business unit. I think I know most of the faces, but it's always good to do anyway to present yourself. This year's user conference is the 15th of its kind. So we had two during Corona that was online, but it's a big streak of 15 in a row. So in this room today, we have gathered 23 precast factories, 11 consultant companies, and we have companies from 9 different countries. So that's a pretty impressive thing, I think. So really nice that you all could come. And now we are full force. So good guys. We are live broadcasting this event, as you know, like we normally do. So of course, if someone wants to be avoided taking, we will also maybe take some photos and stuff. If you don't want to be on picture, you have to tell Matthias, he's down there in the corner, so he can try to avoid you. But but if you have, let us know. First, some practical information about this location. So I have help from Charlotte that will help me with the security review.
Yeah. Hi, welcome to Quality View, and I will give you a quick safety tour. Outside in the hallway, you have two exit routes, and you will look at the green signs above the doors. You have one all the way in the hallway, and one if you go out across the bar. The assembly point is behind the train station. On the other side of the train station, there will be staff with yellow vests will take care of you. Also in the lobby area, if you have any questions, all the staff will be wearing yellow vests, so ask them if you need help. We have a spoken fire alarm, and it will be speaking in different languages. And if it goes off, just follow the instructions, leave the conference room, and go gentle outside, no running. Keep the badges on at all times so we know you are the guest of the hotel, so we can keep an eye on you. We also have a defibrillator in the lobby area, closest next to the toilet, but it's also close to the reception. So if you need help, they will help you, and all staff are trained, so we can help you out if needed. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I wish you have a great day here at the hotel. And if you have any questions, the staff will help you out. Enjoy.
Thanks. Okay, the lunch. Now we're going to first restrooms. That's the important one, of course. The restrooms are next to the lobby, and they will open them now if someone cried and they could not enter without the hotel key, because that's the restrooms we will be using. So next to the restrooms, we have the restaurant where we will eat dinner, and we will have the coffee break. We will go one stair up here. And if you need Wi-Fi, it's called Quality Guest, and there is no password needed. The agenda for today, we have been through the registration and the breakfast. I hope you all got some good stuff there, at least some coffee maybe. And right now we are on the welcome speech, and you can see we have a heavy agenda here. We are trying to add like 5 minutes between all presentations to switch presenter, but don't leave the room. Of course, if it's an emergency, you just go. I mean, if you have to go to toilet. But otherwise, please stay, because otherwise we will lose so much time there in the changes. We will have a big lunch, but long lunch. it's 1 hour, so you have some time to make some calls and stuff like that. Hopefully, also talk to each other. After lunch, we will talk about insulation planning, impact design for Revit, Tekla base tools. We will also go through, and then we will have the coffee break. Also 45 minutes there, so you have some time to talk to each other. And then we will continue after coffee break with impact production, and our new impact wiki will also be presented. And then we will end like 10 minutes to 4 there. I will have an ending speech. And then for you that are joining for the dinner tonight, it's 6 p.m. in Scandic St. Jörgen. But I will get back to more information about the dinner in the ending speech. A little bit about our organization. We are in a group of companies called Sivenso Group, and we have like 4 business units that you can see here. And the biggest one is the structural business unit, where we have around 80 people, and then we have energy business unit, and we have windows and doors. Windows and doors is interesting because it's a little bit like what we are doing for precast, but for windows and doors. So there is a lot of factories producing those things, and we have then the total system for planning and CAM and everything for that one. Yes, we are some guys from the Sivenso Group here today. We have our CEO here, Niklas Gustafsson, down in the back there, yeah. And then we have Dennis Knudsen, Head of Support, Linus Karlsson, Product Owner for Impact Production. Many of you know these guys, but I will anyway go through it so you know their roles and so on. Matthias Hansen, our Marketing Manager, he's handling the live stream down there. So Michal Sikora is handling the business in Poland. And we have Mikkel Nilsson from Development, and he's working mainly with the design part. Nikolai is Director of Sales and Marketing. And we have Oskar Christensen, Technical Support. And Thomas Gissas is handling all our implementations at new customers. And Tina Hansen is the team leader for the software development for Impact Production. So I will come back to that, but I can say it already now, we will have blue badges. Reach out, questions, could also be practical things about anything during the day. You can talk to us. Okay, we have some student researchers in the room also, some young people here that are looking into our future market. They are sitting there in the back. Hampus Rosén and Victor Trane Lindberg, they are looking for our next market. So they will probably ask you some questions during the day or interact a little bit with you. So that's the crew here. I will start a little bit talking about the future of precast, how we see it. Of course, it's the digital part of it, so it's a digital twist. Many of these things is like no news for you, but it's a little bit where we are also striving towards, where we are going towards, because we see that there is an extra need for the visibility throughout the whole process. So we are trying to work with that, of course, to make more digital visibility. You will hopefully see that during the day. We also think that there will be more need for direct and visual feedback from the processes you're handling, so you can talk to the machinery, so to say, and also that the machinery will virtually represent it. Many of these things already exist today, but the need for it will be increasing. And of course, we need to go there with the software and connect to all these things so you can get the information. All these things that we have better visibility of the process will of course make that we can easier find the design errors early, and also in the whole process we can make it better. And I think we will also see a transition. As you know, we are all doing 3D in design, going to a 2D shop drawing, and then we are going 3D, of course, in the real world, because we have to make it an element again. And I think that will be moving more towards 3D part. So we will see that also. We are also trying to support that process, of course, with more 3D all the way out to the building site. Of course, paperless production has been on the talk for a long time, and I think we also will see that coming. We have some news there as well, trying to support with the file format all the way through. Of course, concrete mix, that's one of my babies, so I will talk a little bit about that today. But there is an extensive need for, of course, optimization of the concrete mixes, and also, of course, reducing all the materials we are using. And of course, reuse of elements. That's also something that is coming into the projects. There are several projects where reusing of already existing elements from other buildings have been done. So that's stuff that is coming and that we, of course, need to work with. Let's see what's on the plate for development for the coming part then. We are, of course, working with AI extensively, but we will also try to now put it out in for you to use in the software. So that's one thing we're working with. We are working with something we call pre-post cost planning, where we to keep track of all those processes like casting material, reinforcement, mold building, and then of course after we have casted windows and all that stuff that sometimes should be mounted. But Linus will talk more about this in the afternoon, so I will not spoil it totally, Linus. I hope I didn't took too much of your presentation now. We are also working on harmonization for the form slab and double walls, making them more the same as the rest of the element types in design. And we are working on a new cloud-based license system. That's some stuff, but I will take some details on them also. So for the that will come during next year. So that's something that we will have inside Impact. So, and of course it will have all the knowledge base, our wiki, support questions, a lot of stuff as a source, so you can ask and get feedback easier. And I guess many of you have already tried AI in many places, so you know how you ask and you get the answer, like, so you don't need to search a lot. It's a more advanced search one, I would say, because, but that's something we're working with. And then, as you know, Impact is a database in the backbone. So we also, the 1.5 version of it is that we will have you have a chatbot that can ask questions to the database. So you can get statistics out from, because now you can get a lot of reports and stuff, but maybe you are looking for just a certain thing. And you can get it, but you maybe have to combine things because it's a certain need you have. And of course, we then see that we can open that part up so you can ask your questions and get the result back. as the sample says there. There is just a sample what you could ask. And of course, we are also working on getting it to help you planning. But this is like steps that we are taking into AI with the system. Formslab and double walls. Don't know if everyone has applied all this yet, but right now there is, in the current version, there is full edit capabilities on the shop drawings for double walls as well. Of course, that's for you that has not drawn double wall, you think that is strange. Why has it not always been like that? But it's just history. But now it's there. Of course, makes it easier. If you're used to working with other element types, it works a little bit the same. Of course, it's a special one that how you're molding it and so on. Also, the drawing part of the double walls are also aligned, so can be worked in the same way. But what we will continue with is the same marking process. Actually, what that means is that same mark for unique elements if you want to, if they are the same. That can, of course, save a lot of design time, because then you don't get 10 shop drawings if they have the same mark. You get only one. For you that don't work with double wall and Formslabs, you don't understand this, but that's how it has been all the way. Unique shop drawings for every element. And so that's something, of course, it's not that you have to do it, but it's a possibility. And of course, it says itself, we will save time in design, less things to check. Of course, there is a change if you have to change something. Then of course you have to change and make a new mark, but it's not like, as we all are used to working with IDIS nowadays, it's like no big things. So that's something that is coming. So it will be more harmonized, all the element types there. The cloud-based license system is, as you all know, when you work with Impact from 17.0 version, you are authenticating yourself to the Server Connect. That part will also be the authentication for the license system. And administration of the license system for you that does that, that will be in our portal where you work with users today. So that's what's coming. And the provider of this is called Slascone. And the plan is to have this available for the Q1 release, but there will be a setting, new license system or license system. And we will take this very slowly. So it's not like everyone has to move to new license system when that version comes. It will be gradually. And the plan is, of course, to remove the old license system from version Q1 2027. For you as a user, you don't see this stuff, but it makes it much easier to maintain the system for the IT department at your company. Then we have one of the babies, then the concrete mix. I'm still looking forward to when the first one start using this one. It's a very, I think at least, it's a very good solution to get the connection between the design requirements and the concrete mixes that you are using. So we have been working very heavily about that. And what it does, this is like the table of content of my presentation. You can see I will go through these steps, but more to push you towards this, to go there, because I think there is a lot of winnings in doing this. One thing that I think you should start with if you are designing Impact for CAD is to start to get the correct volumes of concrete. Now we are down to the details here. As we have been using all years, we have been using a combined volume with reinforcement and concrete. And then we have added the density on that one, the whole bunch. But that's not how you need to do it anymore. So I recommend you to start using the new functionalities where we will actually separate the volume of the concrete and the reinforcement. You can also do with casting materials, everything. You will get more precise volumes of concrete, more precise mass of your elements. Of course, that will make that you get better precision on your lifters and everything. So that's something that I recommend you all to get started with. And what is concrete mix really about then? Yeah, it's actually about taking all the specification values and mapping them towards the concrete mixes you have at your factory. Today, someone does that in your factory, but this is more automation of that one. So, and of course, that can be really needful when we are talking about sustainability and stuff, that we really take the most optimal concrete mix for that for the element we should cast. We are collecting these values from every place. So we do it from Tekla, AutoCAD, we can do it from Excel, we can do it from Impact Revit, Impact Auto. So every places we can collect the specification values. Of course, that's all about mapping them towards the concrete mix later. And it's also one more thing that you get out of this when you map. Here you can see the logic. I will not dig down in this, but this is actually, here you set up your logic. How do you select your concrete mixes? What values are we using? And so on. So this is the whole logic for doing it, and it can be customized. And here you can see if the sign, in this case we are using, it's also possible to set a demand for global warming potential of the elements. And then the concrete mix needs to have less value than that, of course. And if in this case, if you are demanding that in your mandatory stuff, then it will say if the sign has not filled it in, they cannot set it ready for production. So it also craves the values in. And I think that's also important that because then you get better control of the design requirements and hopefully get them earlier, meaning that you can plan those concrete mixes, because sometimes days, it has to be the right day for it also, as you know about this environmental concrete and stuff. So all this is there. This is just a bunch of concrete mixes. All of them have, of course, their values. It's just to show that you build it up like this and you put in all the concrete mix values, and then we map it towards each other with the logic that I saw before. But again, of course, if you want to go into this, contact us. We will help you, of course. But this is something that I really recommend you to do. All the way out to the cost planning, you get this information. And of course, that means that you can see which concrete mix is planned to be in this element. Today, of course, someone is doing that, but it's more visual for everyone if we have it like this. It's also possible to optimize this. We have, like, not many of you know, but we have a program called Impact Sync that is sitting on a machine somewhere and doing a lot of optimized tasks. And that one can help you to select the concrete mixes, because it has the design requirements, and it can from that select the correct concrete mix. And it can also check the concrete mix. Is it the correct one? Because as you know, design values can change during the process. And then that can be good that you check them. And this is how it can look when we check. Green means that you have taken the most optimal concrete mix in your concrete mix bank. Red means that the concrete mix that you have selected is not fulfilling the requirements from design. Blue, I don't have it here, but that means that this concrete mix is okay, but there is another one that is better if you take your criteria. All this is tracked, so you can see everything that is changed. Of course, normally you don't change this much, but this is like a test. But every change, like you see this element changes, you can see this. And that's, of course, also good to see what happened actually. Why did we change concrete mix? Why did it become another one than we decided? It also, the text says the color. So red is, of course, that it's not okay. And we also have it out in the mobile app. And the idea behind that is, of course, that you should be able to see it, but also that you should be able to say which concrete mix did we use. That is what we call actual concrete mix. Because sometimes something happened in the mold and you get another concrete mix than you were planning for. But then it's good to know that, and afterwards maybe see why did we change that, to analyze that. That was all about concrete mix. And today, as we are like almost 100 people working with precast concrete in different fields, take the opportunity to talk to each other. And during the breaks, you can probably have a lot of value with that. And again, blue tags are us from Impact of Struksoft. and you can see the other one there. Okay, that was my part. So now we will go over to Impact Project. So we will switch presenter. Just some seconds here. So thank you, guys.
The latest pointer is here. Yes, perfect. Let me just restart this timer here so I don't go too much over time, so Nick don't yell at me. Yes, my name is Dennis Knudsen, and I am head of support, but I'm also the product owner of Project Manager, and I will be talking for the next 35 minutes or so to show you the awesome things that we have done this year. But before my presentation starts, I just want to give a shout out to the programmers that has been working on Impact Project Manager, because without them, it would not have been possible to, have such an awesome application as we have. So they bear a very big part in what I'm going to show today. These are the areas that I would like to talk about in my presentation. And it's of course important for me to also point out that even though that these are the things that I will be talking about, we have done a lot of other features and changes throughout the years, and also a lot of bug fixing. The most of these things that I'll be talking about has been already been released in the Q3 version of the Project Manager, and some of them will come in the Q4 and will have a Q4 tag, so you know that it's not available today. The model view is an essential part of Project Manager, and probably something that everyone is using. And since the last user conference, we've worked a lot and hard on to improve, the model view with some nice features that does not only show the elements in a, more detailed way, but also some nice quality of life improvements. The first feature is something that I would consider quite small, or what you call it, but it has been awaited for a long time. It's something that we have seen throughout the years, and now we've finally done it. The possibility to turn on and off the sections in the, let's see here if I can point. No. Here, the sections in the beams and the columns, with this option here called beam and column section. So now it's possible to see these two element types in a bit more detailed way. And now we can, of course, turn it on and off to make sure that the performance doesn't get too crippled by it. These sections here will only be shown in the detail level medium and fine. When we talk about performance in the model view, this is something that we are always trying to improve. And this feature here is a great addition in the Project Manager for the ones that have very, very large models. And this is something that we see more and more when we get models in from the, from the customers in the support. When we open up a project, we basically load all the model data associated with this model. And then we load it into the element ID, and then we use the hide, unhide, isolate functionalities to determine what we want to see. What we've done is that we've added this funnel here next to the model that actually allows us to control what is it that we want to load. We can also access what we call the selection filter in the right-click menu. In the selection filter, we see all the buildings, floors, and element types that we have in the model. We can then go in and select what we want to load. By doing that, we restrict the model loading. So in this case here, I've selected building 1, floor 1 and 2, and the element type sandwich. As we can see here in the picture, the funnel changes color, and there is also a text up here to clearly indicate that we have a selection filter, applied. In the element IDs, we don't use the filters up here. We basically restrict what elements that should be loaded when this selection filter is applied. So basically we just load the elements that have uphold the rules from the selection filter. And then of course, if we want to isolate it further, we can use this in here in it, but that just hides the elements. This filter here will be active until it's changed or resetted within the selection filter. This is also locally on each computer because it's an XML file that we store on the computer in the temp folder. One of the big features throughout this year, not only in Project Manager, but throughout the whole Impact, something that other presentations will also talk about, is what we call Advanced OBJ. In the Project Manager, we added a new OBJ loader type, where there is 2 types, Standard and Advanced. Standard will load OBJ files like normally, where Advanced allows the user to choose something in Project Manager called OBJ representation, where the OBJ will be shown with layers. To do that, it requires that the OBJs also have been created with this Advanced OBJ functionality. So we can see here that we've added 2 new options, OBJ and database representation under visibility. And this allows you to switch between the 2 views or visibilities. The default representation will always be a database representation. So this basically means that every single time that you open up the project or reload the project, if some of the elements were shown in OBJ representation, it will switch back to database. And this is simply to keep it as optimized as possible with the model view, because the performance is something that we are constantly trying to monitor. If we take a reference in these 2 elements here, we can see that they are database represented, and we want to see the reinforcement and custom materials. We just change it to OBJ. And I isolated it here, so we have a little bit more focus on these 2 elements. But we can see here that when the type is advanced, we can see that the custom material, the reinforcement, and it becomes transparent, so we can see the different layers. The layers is a big part of the advanced OBJ and can be turned on and off in the element components, and also this is where this differs from the standard OBJ. So here I have taken and removed the installation layer and the reinforcement, because we only want to focus on the sim. And this tool to choose what you want to see when you want to see it is a very, very powerful tool, because now you can navigate around in the model to see if everything is as it should. Because this here, the OBJ, is a heavier function, especially with the layers, we have actively chosen to reset it to database value, but also that it's an on-off function to keep the performance as optimized as possible. It's also important to note that this here, for example, if the SW29 has multiple IDs, switching this one here, this ID to OBJ, will also switch all the other elements, because we base it on element mark. 4 new element colors and 1 element tag option has been added since the last user conference. And if we start with a nice small one, the element tag drawing name has been added. It's added as a normal and big font and can be found under the element tags along with all the other options. The drawing name will be shown as a header called DWG to clearly indicate where the name of the drawing is located. The big font is, funny enough, shown as a bigger font and is placed on the same line as the other element tags with big font and the element mark. The normal font is placed beneath the element ID row. Now we jump to the colorful edition in the model view. We start with the addition of colors based on building, where we can see we have two buildings divided into two different nice colors. And of course, you could argue that this might seem unnecessary, but the models are getting bigger and bigger with more buildings, as we can see what we get sent in. And so this here can give a nice overview of the different buildings in the larger models. We also added it for floors. And here it's important to note that if the floors have the same name across the buildings, as we can see here, it will get the same colors. So it's basically on floor name. The last one to complete the building floor face is of course the face, where each face has, a color. And this should give a nice overview in your models. The last one that we've added is the installation status. And this is meant to give an overview for the ones that are cutting the installation or the managers that, controlling the installation, to give an easy overview in the model to see how far are the installation in the process. We have 4 statuses: no status, pending, ready for cut, and cut. The last addition I would like to highlight in the model view area is the new option under tools called highlight grid lines. This has been added to enhance the navigation and accuracy in large models by displaying the grid lines when you hover over with the cursor and also highlighting it. That makes it easier to locate the element without having to zoom in and zoom out in the model. When it's active, you can see here that it highlights the grid lines with a color and also gives a pop-up with the 2 grid lines together to give an, easy overview of it. And this will of course only happen when you hover over it. Just like the model view, the element ID grid is an essential part of Project Manager, which that we are constantly trying to improve. This year, I will highlight 4 features, where 2 of them are available in the Q4. The first feature is mostly for you customers that, allow other companies to work directly into your database. Columns based on user roles. So what does that actually mean? It means that in the user rights, we have something called permissions none. And if that is selected for what I've highlighted here, specific columns will actually be removed for the users that doesn't have the, for the users that has the non-right. And here we can see a list of all the things that will be removed when each user right is none. This here is also on the wiki, if you cannot remember all this here after today, so it's easy to find. Here we can see with the user right none that the plan dates and also some production stuff down here is grayed out and not applied in the element ID grid, and the same for the element properties when selecting an element. So removing this sensitive information from the different users that don't need to see it is now easier than ever. Last year, I presented shortcuts for planning in the element ID grid, which allowed easy access to the right-click planning menu. This year, we're taking it a step further and added a ribbon in the top of the project manager. And it's actually a quite simple functionality that doesn't require that much explanation. When we select the element ID grid, it will automatically switch this planning here. And the ones that are already on Q3 has probably noticed it when they go into the element ID grid. In the ribbon, all the right-click planning options are available. So now it's easier than ever without having to right-click, go up here, set the planning that is needed. Yeah, so basically with this added here, we haven't removed, of course, the right-click menu, or we have not removed the shortcuts. This up here is basically just an alternative to the right-click menu if we don't want to use that. To share information between users, it's a very good thing, and that's something that we wanted to make a bit easier. Therefore, we added a new functionality in the element ID grid called export filters. So basically, when we apply a filter with the funnel here, we can see here also, we have a specific view. That view we want to share with another person that's also working on this, project, but how do we communicate that in an easy way? With the export filter functionality, we get an XML file that we then can send to the other user. The XML file will always have the project name as default and then filter export, but can be renamed to whatever you want. And then we can send it to the other user that can then import it, and we'll get the exact same view as the one that exported it. So a bit easier than sending screenshots from Project Manager saying that please take a look at these elements, and then you don't know what filter has been applied. So now this will apply all the filters for you. And of course, if you try to import it into a different project, that is not allowed, because then it will just cause all kinds of issues. The last feature in the element ID grid that I'll be talking about is actually a bit more of a tweak or change to an existing feature. I hope that all of you by now know this one here called rough planning dependencies. And this makes it possible to select a date interval between the rough planning. So basically that means that if I set my plan direction date as a date, then it will add this date difference in the other rough planning dates. As we can see here, I have an unplanned or unfine planned, or what we call it, an element not ready for production, status 10, where the plan direction date has been set and the rest of the date has been set accordingly. All these dates here can change now, as long as it's not what we call fine planned. So basically, if I change something here on the storage days or whatever, then I have the possibilities to update all of them according to the dependencies. When it becomes fine planned, the plan direction date is a fixed date. And this is because the direction date is the on-site date. This is where we need to deliver it or erect it out there. So that is the finish date. That will not, change when you do a fine plan. The issue here was that the planned delivery date actually changed. So if I took fine planned my element on a cast, where the dependencies allowed the planned delivery date to go over the planned direction date, we would get a mismatch. So what we've changed is that now we can see here that this one here is on a cast, fine planned. The planned drawing date, planned production date, and planned storage date has changed, but the planned delivery date is actually fixated. It's also fixed just like the erection date. So the reason why we've done this is because we don't want that date to be after this date here. Also because that when you do and plan the fine planning for the delivery, it will actually use this one here when you plan it, and therefore it could cause all kinds of issues. The file sync is a topic that I think has been in most of my presentations here at the user conference. And of course, this year is no exception. The reason for this is that file sync is something that binds the different departments and corporations together to make sure that everyone is working with the newest files. This edition here is what I would call pure joy for the customers that wants to work with Impact Go to the fullest and use OBJs and PDFs in Impact Go. When a design department works with a shared network folder, which many of you actually do, there's no need for file sync. The problem here is that Impact Go actually needs file sync to get the files. So this creates, what you say, a problem for the production if they want to utilize these two file sites. So historical, this has been difficult because this one here, CloudStars, needed to be yes to upload the PDFs and now also OBJs to Impact Go. And that comes with manually synchronizing the files, locking and unlocking drawings for the design department. And that's just, what you say, a big hassle for them. So we've added this one here called only production files for Impact Go. And when this is set to yes, it will disable, what you say, the normal functions like synchronizing files, download latest, file check, and also the unlock and locking of files when we open a drawing. The uploading of the PDF will happen automatically when we do plot from Project Manager. And for the design tools, design tool AutoCAD or Impact for CAD, the OBJ will be uploaded on functions where the OBJ is created and also when closing the shop drawing. For Impact for Revit and Tecla-based tools, this upload of OBJ will happen on saving the drawing into the database. So this should make it way easier if you have a shared network folder to get the files out to Impact Go to utilize it to the fullest. Projects that are considered classified is something that we see more and more, and this of course brings some sensitivity into the project, especially if we work or if you work with someone outside of your company. A solution for this has often been to create a separate database to make sure that the users that only needs access to that project gets access. But this, of course, creates some trouble for the production when we want to get it into our production environment. Now we have a dedicated project property called classified, a yes and no option, to make this a bit easier. To set this, you need to be sysadmin in the user rights, because we don't want everyone to be able to do that. The classified option overrides the user right called access all projects. So therefore, it's needed to go into the users and give the users that needs access to the specific project. If a user do not have access to the project, it will not be shown in the open project, open project. Export project will also be, disabled. It's still possible to do other types of exports, but the behavior of export element marks has been changed. So when it gets imported, we don't show a full model. We import it as what we call manual models to not give away sensitive information or placement information into the database where we import it for the standard. As we can see here, I have my two nice buildings from throughout this presentation. When I export that and import it into another project or standard, everything becomes manual elements in rows. It's important to note that even though that we change it to elements in rows, it will still have the same GUID. So if there is a change to this specific element, it needs an opening, we just do that in the classified project, do another export, and then also this element will be having an opening after the project gets updated. So this should make it way easier to get the classified projects into your production environment without having to give too much away. Last year, I was excited to finally announce that the Unit Technique export from Project Manager were out of the beta version. So we decided to take another beta version into the system, exporting to PXML. The PXML export, element PXML export, is an export that exports the full element or PXML containing the elements, reinforcement, and component data, and can be found under exports in the start menu of Project Manager. In the Q4, the following element types will be available: walls, solid walls, sandwich walls, and insulated walls; hollow cores. And with hollow cores and other pre-stressed element types, it's important to note that the strands will not be shown because the strands has a fixated position in the cast. Slabs and pre-stressed slabs, and form slabs. And we are currently developing double wall and columns and beams to follow. The element PXML export is a somewhat new territory for us, of course. We have done the Unit Technique, but it's still something new that we are doing. So therefore, I, of course, recommend that this is a beta, that you don't take it out on your live projects straight away, but that you go in, if you have machinery, go in, do some testing on the different element types that you have with projects from your live environment. It should be easy to transfer to a test project. Test it out, see if it's something that you can use, and if it's fulfills all the requirements that your machinery has, and then report back to us if there is something, of course. The next 4 points are minor features that can have a great impact in your in the Project Manager, and it's also the last 4 in my presentations. So we are almost there, and I seem to be keeping the time. Changes has been made to the insertion point and restriction angles in Added Crane, where it's now possible to use something called use snapping and offset when inserting the crane. If this use snapping is activated, it's possible to snap to the element corners. And along with this offset here, it should be way easier to insert a crane into the model with more precise, measurements, what do we call it. In this here, we also changed that before we had insert up here. Now this happens on OK because, why click twice? And in this example here, I use the offset -5000 in both the X and Y direction. When inserting the crane, the offset is not considered. So basically, in the preview, it will show the middle of the crane, and we can see this square here is the snapping point. So when we then insert the crane, we click the mouse, the crane will be inserted, and the offset will then be taken into consideration and move the 5000 outside of the snapping point, so we don't place our crane inside of the building. Besides the improvements to add crane, we also add an option that said if the crane check should happen on load project. When this is active, it will, as we do today or before this implementation, load on the crane on each load. We will load the crane check to make sure that the elements get the correct color according to weight and crane capacity, and also the list in element ID will be updated if any new cranes are inserted. When inactive, this check will, funny enough, not happen. So basically this means that if you then insert a new crane, it will not be shown in the list. Changes to elements that can affect the crane capacity and stuff will not get updated. This has been shown to give around 5% performance boost in a project with 10,000 elements. So We are searching for different ways to, of course, improve it, but this also comes with, different risks because it's not optimized. But now everyone has the choice to do this when you have, cranes on the project. Cooperation between companies in impact is, I would consider, quite easy when both companies have, a database and the same, standards. But working in different standards together is quite complicated because the components can differ and other things that, when imported, can basically break the elements. We have developed what we call Element Mark to Excel, and it basically does what it says. It export and the element marks into our Excel file, and this can be found in the element ID grid, element mark, and in the model view, this option here. The elements will then come into, I think most of you, or some of you at least, has seen this Excel, and fill in the 4 tabs at the bottom: the element mark, the sim tab, reinforcement, and recess. So now if we have, for example, different components that is basically the same out in the real world, but in impact the name differs, it's easy to just go into Sims, change the custom material name so it matches with the standard that you're importing it into. So this should be easier to get it out to the production with the correct information. 3 minor improvements has been made to the notification system. The first change to the notifications is something that I slowly implemented or imprinted into your mind throughout this presentation. And there's no picture here because I want to see if, now it's of course early in the morning, but I want to see if everyone was awake during the presentation. We have changed the red dot indicator of notifications to show the number of unread notifications. Can anyone tell me what the number was? No? Damn. Okay, 7. So no goodies for you today. The number is 7, and we've changed this one here and also in the notification dialog to make it easier to see how many do you actually have. Another change we've made is when we send a notification that is with drawings, the revision will be shown here if the drawing has revisions in parentheses. And the last thing we've done is to give the possibility to change the footer and header in the automatic email that gets sent out, or if you send out an email. The header is a free text, where the footer needs to be one of the following options: Strusoft, company description, and company copyright. And these here will be taken from the standard admin settings that you have with your company. And in the example that I have, I've used the description and header text. So now we can see that we have a bit more possibility to choose what we want to see when we send out these notifications and emails. It's also important to note that this here and the number indicator is also applying to Resource Manager. The last feature of this year's presentation is a very small change that can have a massive impact. It's as simple as the header indicates: a warning when deleting used project component. And the keyword here is used. Maybe I should have used in the header when I said that. But the keyword here is used because we of course don't want a warning every time we're deleting something. So deleting a component that is used in the project can of course cause all kinds of problems, issues. I think everyone in here has experienced that. So therefore we think it's fair that you get a warning when you delete it. And as you can see here, I listed the components that has this warning. It's not all the components, I think it's most of them, but some of the components have a limitation in the database that does not allow us to get this warning. And this was what I've chosen to show, and I'm also keeping the time, so that's good. Yeah. Any complicated questions that I cannot answer? Yeah. Yeah. Renaming the component. Michael? Good, Michael. Thank you. Anything I can answer? Nope. Then I think we have 15 minutes break. Perfect. See you back at 10:35.
Almost everybody is seated already, and we will keep to time. Last people are coming in with the soft ice, I can see, with caramel fudge on it. Great. Perfect. So we've had a little break now. Hopefully all of you have stretched your legs a little bit. And now it's only going to be me before the big lunch break. Now I'm saying only going to be me. I'm going to be talking for roughly 45 minutes about impact for CAD. And, well, I'm Nick. Peter already introduced me, of course. Most of you know me. So I think that's enough of that. The important thing is to introduce what we're going to talk about, which is impact for CAD. For CAD means both those of you on BricsCAD platform and the AutoCAD platform, of course. So the agenda here for this presentation today, we'll start with me, like I've done the last couple of years, because I really like it, and you can see it growing, is the list of new features that we have released in Impact for CAD. And I write up here, it's a record year this year, actually. Then we're going to focus on selected features. One is called visualization, data, and exports. Dennis touched in on some of it already with these OBJ files. I'm going to get back to that in a couple of minutes because I realize probably most of you don't know what it is. So we'll have a little hand raising about that one. The next topic is going to be reinforcement. Then other quality of life improvement. It can be something that makes you guys work faster, find things easier, and so on. And I'm going to start with, or I'm going to end with things that are on the way, which is not yet released. But I would say I don't have anything in my presentation at all that is not going to be released this year. So everything you see is right now you can go home and do it, or from 3-4 weeks from now when we release the last update of the year. There we go. It's a little bit slow. The reason it is slow, I will show you. This is due to the many new features we have. Because it will list them. I'll just click the button again here. So usually I would do write the features here on like a list and say we can't go through all of them. This time I couldn't fit it, no matter how small I made it on the screen. So I just made it go up like this. And it actually keeps going for quite a while. But basically, all of these are not just things we've changed and done, but actually documented features. So instead of waiting for it to finish, I'll go up here. There is more than 100 documented new features. When I say documented, it means it's in the wiki. It says how you do it. It says how you configure it. So you can actually just start using it. And again, this is released since the last user conference, so only in that span of time. Even more impressive is that on top of the 100 new documented releases, we have 300 which don't need guides. For example, it could be we tweak something in the performance. We don't write a guide for that because it just happens. It could be we fix something. We do some small changes that is going to do something in the background for you. So that means that we've actually merged in, as we call it, and developed only on Impact for CAD more than 400 features. That means, well, more than one per day, but almost 2 per working day in a year. And I think this number was 450 something, but I put it down to 400 to make sure there wasn't any duplicates or anything like that. So really a lot of work here. So going into some of these, visualization, data, and 3D exports. One thing here, IFC, hopefully all of you know what IFC means. We have something new from Impact CAD. We have reinforcement and cast and material. Can't find it. Here we go. For external communication, mostly it could also be internal, of course. But we have creation of OBJ files with reinforcement and cast and material. Dennis talked about it a little bit. This is a screenshot from the project manager of his lab. For internal workflow improvements and communication. But I realized when Dennis, I think he said OBJ 20 times, and now I've done it already 10 times in my presentation. The ones of you who know what OBJ actually is, can you raise your hand? I'm not going to test you, don't worry. So we have a few people, most of them was from TrueSoft, I can see. So it might be good to explain what it actually is. I don't have it in my slides, so you'll just have to listen to me explain it. Basically, an OBJ is a file format for a 3D file. So it's a 3D model. For me, I just bought a 3D printer at home a couple months ago, and I can use an OBJ file to get into the 3D printer to get it to print the actual model. So basically what we see here is an OBJ file. So if you have it lying on your computer, it will say the element mark.obj, and you can then open it and it'll look like this if you open it in other software than the project manager. So what we do from Impact CAD and Revit, and if you do it from Tekla and so on, is those OBJ files are created. And then the project manager, of course, will read those, and production and so on. So that was a little bit extra for that one. And then I will end up this visualization data and 3D exports with some smaller new export options. IFC files, I'm going to start a little bit boring. It's not boring, it just doesn't look exciting. Which is the property sets that we have for the IFC files. Now it's possible to save the property sets that you prefer to have on your elements. So in this case, only having a few of the information which is possible, save it into the standard admin so you have that ready for when you prepare to create your IFC files. Customize it, store it in the database. You can see save as common, save as local. So getting that ready and preparing it for the IFC file. That's where we start. Other than that, we've made some tweaks in the generate plan. So that means now we can do buildings separately or together. We can do floors separately or together, faces, and we can actually also do it with a selection of element IDs. So it's much more flexible now on exactly what it is you want to create and what you want to create that plan for or that IFC for. The property sets that we can configure before, you can add. So they will automatically be there when you actually generate the file ready for IFC. Update plan will also automatically add the property sets if you changed something. So that means that the IFC solid you make in the system will also be updated, of course, until you export it to an actual IFC file. The changes above need to be run with architecture or BricsCAD BIM. This is because those have the IFC functionality. What are the changes now then, compared to before, and these tweaks we had to make it easier? Well, we actually include more things in the IFC as well. Strands for all precast elements. And I looked at this one yesterday evening. I told the guys they couldn't change anything, and laughed a little bit. Why did I bring the variables? You guys, you can't remember this. Anyways, they're on the wiki. Dennis mentioned it before. To put in the standard admin so that it automatically will be included, of course. By default, they are turned on as well, so you don't have to do anything. We have the same thing with reinforcement, but they're split up in reinforcement that is protruding, like this one here, or all reinforcement, like here. So you'll get a dialog box instead. And there is one note for this, for the version we have now, which is we can call it the first version. You cannot select each single bar in the IFC file after you have exported it. They will be grouped together in like one lump. But it gives you some really good visibility. Update plan, this is across the board, not only for here. It will keep the handle to make sure this global unique identifier is kept. So if you work together with other software, you'll always recognize the element no matter how much you go back and forth. And basically this says the same that I just did in the whole lifespan of the project. That was the point. The same thing with the user-defined property sets that you have defined. These will also be kept. So, most interesting, hopefully, this is an example of how to create an IFC file. The only thing I've done is create a 3D drawing in Project Manager before this. And then actually this is going to take you through the whole process of creating an IFC file. With the property sets, with the reinforcement, with the casted materials, everything included. And now you can see the dialog boxes that will come for what it is you want. This is the generate reinforcement one, all protruding and so on. The braces, or not the braces, the strands, of course, we have that in the variable, turned on as default, so they will also be here. Here I fast forward a little bit. I don't remember if it's 2 or 3 times, so it's not that much, but it's just boring to sit and look at this for 2 minutes on a presentation. So it takes 20 seconds or something instead. And then it should pop up here with a lot of information in it. And then I think I ended up by zooming in a little bit on it. What should we do after that we've done this? Because this is in our working environment, this is what you can update. Well, of course, then what we're going to do is we're going to export it and open it actually also in an IFC viewer. And this is, of course, as you can see, this is done from AutoCAD. From BricsCAD, it's pretty much the same. There's not that big of a difference there. Just going to place it on a desktop so it's easy to find. Save it and export it. And then the difference here should be for those of you who are used to Impact for CAD and doing the IFCs there, you'll see immediately, of course, well, you see it now already with the reinforcement, with the welding plates and so on. And it's something that we really focused on this year. You see it with the OBJ as well. This is the same principle, but just in IFC instead, of course. So you don't need the project manager to view this one. So you can send a little bit fancier IFCs to your clients back and forth. And this is the very last part. We'll just let it open in this one. And here we go. Zoom in, make one of them transparent just so we can actually see. But you will already notice it now with the girders and so on as well. And the lifting items in the slabs that you see. Transparent, and there we have sandwich wall number 3 with reinforcement in it. So, jumping directly over to OBJ, which we know a little bit what is now. there is also a new command for OBJ, because the whole thing is, Dennis is showing you OBJ in the project manager, but how do we actually create an OBJ? What is it? There is an export command, which means you click the command and then you select the elements to create the OBJ for. The requirement here is you need to have a shop drawing with the solid view in it today to make this one. Reselect the elements or select from a dialog box. Do you want custom materials or reinforcement or both? And here you can see when was the last time the OBJ file was modified, created, and so on. Of course, you don't have to do it like that. If you want OBJ files on all of your elements, simply put in these variables here again. Basically, it's quite easy. It looks a little messy here, but it's auto export OBJ and then the element type, beam, column, double wall, form slab, and so on. Variables for custom materials and reinforcement again. So if you switch everything on, whenever you work, whatever you do, it's just going to be there. Dennis talked a little bit about performance. Of course, this takes from 0 to X amount of seconds per element. Depends a little bit. I have an example later, actually. This is how Project Manager looks with the whole model. That is OBJ. Dennis mentioned, please don't do this on 10,000 elements at the same time. I think this, I don't remember how many, there are 500 here, and this is running on my 4-year-old laptop. This is running in the 4th quarter release, where we did some extra improvements on what we already did, so you can see it runs quite smoothly actually, and quite fast. But that's the same model as Dennis showed there, just with all the reinforcement in all the custom items. Here I have a little bit about higher level of detail versus performance. So if we do IFC files, we do OBJ files with cast-in items, we have dozens of them. This is just 2 simple examples where we have curved bars and we have these round details on. And then some alternatives just to show. There are very small numbers. You can see here where it says vertices and triangles, which is basically what these 3D models are made out of. If we look at the one at the bottom, it says 5,400 here. It says 450 here instead. This means that it is 10 times smaller or 11, 12 times smaller. So that's why you can see here it says the file size and performance. Performance meaning it will go faster. It's up to 15 times faster by doing just changes like this. That said, if you want that detail, please go ahead. If you want it to be faster, make a rougher detail or buy a bigger computer, of course. Or maybe both, it depends. So it's some balancing act. How much do you need? And then a little bit quick about a few things that I wanted to include here, but that shouldn't steal the show. One is new shapecodes in the Unitechnic export, which could be very relevant for some of you, which is why I brought them here. So you might be thinking, yes, that's the exact one I was waiting for. We can also export reinforcement groups to PXML now. And each reinforcement group is exported to its own file, saved in the drawing files folder. So you can see here in the example. This can also be automated with a new property in the project manager. So that was visualization, data, and exports. I have good time, I can see. So now we're jumping to reinforcement. I will need that time also, don't worry. Reinforcement. So bar mesh, I talked a lot about bar mesh last year. And I'm going to talk a lot about it this year, but I'm just going to do it a little bit, 5 quick ones, so it doesn't steal the show. We have a lot of good things, as I said, 100 things we've developed. So one of those 5 quick ones is that we can now show custom materials that are gonna clash with the bars, or that are going through the same layer or depth as the bars, as well as showing everything in the top and the bottom, just to make it easier to actually do the clashes, check it, and see what's going on. So quite simple, but effective. And hopefully all of these 5 will be. We've also made separate layers now. Why have we done that? Well, this element here has 2 bar meshes, but it has also a bunch of manual bars, like the ones around the recess and so on. If you want to go in and edit those, that could be a little tricky when you have everything shown at the same time. So by doing this, changing the layers, means that you guys can turn off the layers and actually much easier work here in this. Number 3 of our 5 quick ones is copying a bar mesh. I have an example here. What does this actually mean? Copying a bar mesh results in a new mesh ID. It makes it faster and simpler to make new meshes. In this case, I think it starts in the middle actually. We'll just let it run through one time then. To the left, we create 3 meshes. To the right, we copy the first one 2 times. So, well, this was copied before we even created one of the other ones. So you can see the difference in speed. This is a simple element. It doesn't take a long time, but when you work with this and you have to make special bar meshes, you might have to do it in dozens, or maybe even hundreds of elements. Then it makes quite a big difference that you save the time there. And simply just copy it over 2 times. You don't have to sit and write all the settings there. 4th quick one. In addition, when we split a bar mesh, we can also automatically have it add new entity. This we can automate also, control it with a variable. The variable is off as default, just so when you update Impact, it doesn't start creating new bar meshes and so on, if you don't want it to, of course. And then the last quick one for bar mesh here is making it easier to edit bars. So in this case here, we have some bent bars, but they have different leg lengths. We don't see it right now here, but in the example here, you can see 200 millimeter leg length will be here. And that means that we can change just these 4, but just marking it instead. So just the piece of this mesh or bars here that we want to change. 150, now we have all of these, and this one just shows how to select it actually. So select everything, you don't have to click out, and then we just choose what it is we want to edit. So again, something that should make everyday life a little bit easier. And this one also. I think it was last year when we talked about the reinforcement in the core walls and so on. There's been a lot of stuff done on columns as well. And in here we have tweaks to straight bars. And we can see what's wrong in this case here, where we have these bars protruding to attach to some other element, but they are actually overlapping the actual reinforcement in the element. So here is the sketch of what you set up to actually get the straight bars to not be straight bars anymore. We create them with a shape code. There's 2 possible shape code, 26, and I don't remember the other one, but we will see it in the video with the letters. But basically selecting what it is we're doing, isolating it in. Now we can see, okay, these overlap. There's something we need to change here. In this case, this is just to show what is the difference of not doing it. Hopefully you guys will not do this every time. You'll just say, when I create this solution, do like this. But in this case, we do it from scratch. In the definition, you go in and set it. So it's not something to do every time. Again, I just thought it's good to bring an example in of how it actually happens. That one is the new one, bend bars. And there we have A, B, and C measurements. And then at the end of this animation, it's simply just updating the views so we can see what actually happens. Of course, the bars, bar marks, bends, all of that you need is updated like always. And then you make sure that your reinforcement is correct without too much work. Again, in the definition, so just have it as standard always. Here we can see it already. And this is just because this is on the example computer, just updating that solid in this case here. And then export it in the ERC file, and your colleagues and your customers can see it as well. Other quality of life improvements is the next step here. So now we'll have a little bit more of a different selection of things, and I can allow myself to slow down a little bit to focus on what does it actually mean, what's cool about this. Find elements. Very simple. I think we have it already. This is something we've had it for some time, but we didn't have it at the last user conference. If you don't know it already, go in either to plan or elevation and find elements by searching for them. It will mark them then. This is really good to combine with other things because we have find components as well. We have a lot of different things. So in your workflow, depending on what it is you want to do, here is another layer of quickly getting to where you need to go. Searching by ID or mark. Oh, sorry, searching by ID or mark. In this case, mark and a selection. So it doesn't have to be just one. Total measurements in Formslavs. I wanted to include this one. It's quite simple, straightforward one, but I think in this spirit of IFC, OBJ, production, project, I'll guarantee you Linus, he will touch much more in on this with the 3D models in production as well after this OBJ is introduced. But this was just something I thought was good to put in for transport. And I write here, mix it up with OBJ, have a really powerful transport planning upgrade, because you will see the strands, you will see the rebar, you will see everything protruding from the actual piece and the slab, compared to before where we would just see this bottom 50, 60, 70 millimeter piece here. Then you can actually see one-to-one what's going on. So this one is a control measure. It's not something that decides how it looks, but it's something that decides how it will behave. Asymmetrical cuts on hollow core. I thought that was a really good one to bring in as well. We want to prevent fragile element size, so we do asymmetrical cuts. But what if we have to mirror the element for some reason? How does the software recognize that? And I have one here in the case where the software doesn't recognize it, and this is from before the change is made. The change is adding this piece down here, just if you don't know. So if you can't do this today, just mark that little mirror thing there. I'm just going to show first where it will be wrong, so you really can appreciate when it's right in the next animation here. So here, looks great, cuts exactly where we want it to cut, but when we flip it, we have an issue here, which is a very bad cut. Hopefully, none of you guys have ever made a cut like that in the factory. If you have, now you never will anymore by using this one mirror here. Basically, it's the exact same. We'll just check this one, and it will take that into consideration. You don't have to mark it if you don't offset the cutting. But again, it should show the same, but then this time when we mirror, it should look feasible or like a real element instead of cutting weirdly. 4, 3, it should say 1, 2, and then cut the right place here in this case. Or 2, 1 here. Looks great still. So that was a small one as well. And then Peter mentioned this already, double wall. There are more things. We're going to do them so they function exactly as the other elements, or exactly. But there are also more quality of life improvements. We've done some changes on the lifters. You will now be able to update the lifting placement when you do some changes. It doesn't force you to it. You can decide if you want to do it or not. On top of that, we've added in variables to control so that if we have side lifters, they're not going to clash with the other lifters as well. The other variables are here. Also, again, you don't have to remember those, of course. If you have two items on top of each other, you mentioned this one a little bit, Dennis, similar thing. This was when you renamed a component or deleted a component. This is if you add too many of a component element instead, you get the warning. You've always gotten this before in the other element types. Now it's also included in the double walls. I think you said it, Peter. For those of you who don't use double walls, you say, why are you saying that now? It's always been like that. But it now also will be in the double walls, in this case, and the Formslavs. You can mirror the cast-in items from panel 2 to panel 1. I think it almost explains itself, the picture, so that you can see on panel 1 if something is wrong there, so we don't only see it in one panel. Does something overlap with some girders or something like that? So quite simple, and we'll get a little different layer here for that. I think this is the last one that I brought. The rest Peter talked about. You can also now edit the double walls directly in the drawing. Previously, you could only edit the reinforcement directly in the drawing. But hopefully, again, this is not released today. So hopefully all of you working with double walls, you have already noticed this and just doing it. If you don't, or if you haven't, try it out. And this is one that became a little bit big as well, actually. Maybe it was a couple of years ago we talked about the Stair Wizard for the first time. But now we've done some more changes, or Michael's team and Michael have done a little magic again. So now we have a brand new tab called Surface. Pretty much it's meant to be used, or it could be, with Terrazzo, for example. It is also possible to do offset bottoms. Does it have the, yeah, there we go. There is the offset. So then it, of course, doesn't have to be 90 degrees. You can offset it inwards with some places in the world that is done quite a lot. Some places it's not. We have default settings, variables for all of them. You can also change it when you go into the tab. All the pieces are saved as custom casting materials because you need to cut them. The shop drawing will include all of these, and here will be an example of actually using the Surface tab on a stair. Well, first, this is like what I did with the IFC, actually everything you do when you make it. We have the lines drawn, we go to the Surface tab, we activate it, so having Terrazzo in this case here, and then you can also have the first and the last one, if it's a little bit different, in this case light. And then when clicking OK, we'll get it updated, we'll get everything put on, put the element mark on, save the element. Now instead of having just that shape of the stair, we'll have more detail. And even more detail will come later in the presentation actually also. Here in shop drawing, that was the one we wanted to get to. Here just includes a guide of how to do it. And opening up the shop drawing for a linked element, you will have all of the pieces out here as casted items. Views for your plan and elevation. This is the elevation. Normally you would do this only in the shop drawing, or you could only do it in the shop drawing. Now when you draw the 3D, you can also make it show the elevation, make it show the plan, and so on for your elevation drawings and plan drawings. So you don't have to sit and put something in a copy. You can just select what it is exactly that you want and put it in. So making it easier to work with it. And then as an extension of that one, which is not necessarily an extension of that one, is the lineup of casting materials and projects. So just like the lineup of MVP keys, this will do with casting materials, but here you can select what type you want. And in this example, we're going to do the ones we just looked at for the stairs. So all of those pieces, in this example, we have only one stair. But if you had 10 different types, you would get a lot more. So just like in the shop drawing here, you can also get these if you need to have all of them and send them out. Just zoomed in a little bit so you can see. Gets its own little tiny shop drawing for it. This one, also an improvement of a newer function like the other ones. Automatically draw corbel. This one, it will layer it. I think maybe put the text on. There we go. It will layer it in priorities. So first we put on a multiple side one, and we mark everything always. Then we put on double, which of course in the examples here, if you haven't used it, then we'll apply the double ones, and it will only apply them where they're applicable. And then we select everything again. So it's not going to reconfigure this quadruple one or the double ones in those cases. It's going to use the priority. And in that case, here, it will only add the single ones on the outside. So we should see that here. So tweak for that one as well, quality of life improvement as we call it. So that was everything, not everything. That was everything I wanted to talk about today that we have released. So now we get to this last point here, that on things that are on their way. Update objects, I mentioned it, I think already actually, will also work with the models you use to create the IFCs. This is just an animation of changing an end cap in this case, where when you update the model, it can also be used to update the actual generated 3D drawings. You don't have to generate the whole 3D drawing for IFC again, you can simply update it. And then I included this one because that also means that find object, or that doesn't also mean, but this find objects will also work on your IFC generated models. So in the example, if you have a plan drawing, you're working in a plan drawing, finding some elements, that's fine. But in your IFC, you might have this building here that might have 3 floors. And all of that you will have in your IFC generated model. So using the find elements, you can use it in here as well. So combining these things. You can easily update the IFC model prepared instead of having to generate a whole new one. Q4 2025. I think it's this month, isn't it? The Q4. So well before Christmas.
December it is.
December, yeah. This one should get a little bit of credit, I think so as well. It's only one slide, but this is a big change, small change that makes a big impact, you can say it like that. And I write finally here, because this is something that I think we've all been hoping and wanting for, at least everybody producing sandwich panels, especially with special concrete colors and so on, is that you will have a couple of layers. I'm just going to go all the way so you can see here. In this case, maybe here we use a lot of expensive colored concrete and a little bit of cheap concrete here in this case, but it could be even more. That's just one of the examples. It could also be stronger concrete you need in. So finally, now we can control outer panel interior, outer panel exterior. If it's the same materials, you can just have the same, and you don't have to have that extra layer either. But now you can add this to your end caps, or not now, in Q4. You can add this to your end caps, actually getting the correct amounts of that expensive red, green, whatever color of concrete, or the stones in, and then put the filling in with the cheap concrete as well. If that is the way, the reason you do it, which I think is one of the most typical ones. Makes it really nice. It also means that even in the database view in the project manager, you can see the different colors also. Available Q4 25. And then stairs, we didn't do enough, so we are doing even more. We do water edges as well for the cleaning staff, so that they don't spill water down the stairs. So there's another page actually coming now called water edges. Very similar to the one we had called surface, just that the variables here control the placement and the sizes of the water edges. This will also be shown in the little drawing with the surface, with the details of how these should be as well. Even here, we also have an example. You can see editing the water edges here. There's not that many variables. Everything should be relatively straightforward. You can see exactly what you're doing. So hopefully when you actually go in, try and use the stair tool, just try and use surface, try and use water edges. It should be quite straightforward. I would say, again, the water edges won't be there until you update in December. There will be more details on our wiki, because this one, there's a much more detailed one with variables, with how to control it and everything. In this case, you just wanted to show that this is what we can do as well. And I mentioned at the beginning of the slide, Dennis mentioned a few times in his also, optimizations, making things faster or slower, depending on how much detail you want. This is mostly rebar. We also have a few items, those are not that detailed. You can see the wire loops. relatively simple, so they're not too bad. This element here, that's the amount of rebar we have. The size, it doesn't say a lot. The size, 17 megabytes, is not a lot in 2025, but this is for one OBJ file, for one element. 500,000 faces, different faces for actually generating this 3D model here. That's a lot of geometry I just wrote here. That's what it means. In the Q3 release, which is the one you have out now, if you are updated to the latest, it could take up to 10 minutes to create something like this, which is way too long. You shouldn't feel it when you create these files. It should just be done. It should be something that does in the background when you're saving the elements, creating the drawings, and so on. In the Q4, from the Q4, we've already made it. We're just getting ready to release it. It takes 3 seconds. So that's quite a lot of improvement there in that case. So even when you're making complex elements, showing everything, having everything in, we want to take care of that as well. So the answer is not just have less detail. The answer is actually you need to see everything you want to see. You just got to be aware of it, of course. Available Q4 2025. And that takes us to the end. 5 minutes to lunch. Is there anybody that has any questions? And we can also take them over lunch, of course. Yeah, John?
Is that for the 7.1 or 7.2?
Everything is for 17.2 and newer. Some of the things I've shown today are also in 17.1. I didn't distinguish. So my answer was going to be, I thought of it when I did it, just saying update to the newest version and you'll have it all. But you can go into the wiki and check actually the different features when they're released and which version they're in. If your IT is saying we'll wait a little bit to update to the newest version, then you can go in and check, is it available for you today? Or do you need to wait a little bit? Okay, so you decide if you want to update it, John. So just go home and update it. Yeah? Let's see if we can go back to it maybe. Yeah. Only if you want to. Only if you need to. So it's in the definition. So if you don't have different materials, leave it. It's not going to change anything today. So it's more if you do have, and I know you guys, sometimes you make some colored concrete, sometimes you make with some expensive stuff in it. You don't want to put too much of it in. But not always, of course. Yeah, so it's only when it doesn't bring more work to you. Yeah, only when you need it. Yeah. You can have it today also, but there's no automation for it. So you have to put it manually in the drawing. That's as we did and we've always done. Yeah. So no new automation on it, but you can do it in the shop drawing. And is it now where I look at Michael in the corner and ask him? If you take a casting material, manually put it in a drawing of a linked element, can we get that in the IFC then? No, yeah, little stretchy, no. So not today, I think is the answer. Jacob, you have one also?
This dual layer subset or will this be enabled for solid walls as well?
No.
That's actually the only thing.
Okay.
Because for usually our auto panels, so thin they're not worth it compared to the minimum quantity mixed for certification.
Yeah.
But when we're doing like 12 centimeters, 10 12 centimeters exterior walls just for looking pretty on one side and have trash bins on the other side. Then we're going gray on the back side.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Exactly this.
Do we have it in the works, Michael? For solid walls? Yeah. We can think about it, he said, for the ones on the online one.
A couple of years ago, I've been messing around with insulationless sandwich walls or manhandling
Okay.
walls.
Yeah, manhandling the insulated walls. Yeah.
Putting in concrete as insulation.
Yeah.
But with the Q4 release, we are also taking material none, so you can take away the insulation. And keep only a panel that, so you can use a sandwich wall as a solid wall if you want to. If you know what I mean. So you can take away the material of the inner panel, of the outer panel, or the insulation, and keep the outer panel as a solid.
That the concrete needs to be, if it needs to be visible on this side, it needs to actually stack it. To have like the division layer go up for the calculation of the volume to actually incorporate the amount.
I think it's a really good one to bring in. It's the same principle, just with a.
But the model viewer didn't like it.
Okay. Yeah, but we already have from Michael. He'll think about it. Isn't that what he said? It's a good idea for sure because it's the exact same principle, just in an actual solid wall, which has a lot more concrete in the front panel than a sandwich panel, of course, which will be much narrower.
But how does this for sandwich interact with your end caps? Oh yeah, you have it. So you.
Yeah.
So you have to.
You configure it in the end cap. Yep. So this is exactly how it interacts with the end cap. Hopefully that explains it a little bit. There's only a picture. I didn't bring an example of making that one actually. Yes. Anything else? Otherwise, it's actually it's lunch now. Exactly on time, or 1 minute maybe. Perfect. Thank you. I'll just go to when you know when you need to come back. There we go.
right. I hope you got a nice lunch. And we are now here to talk about insulation planning. This is going to be a smaller presentation. It's a smaller module in Impact. But before that, of course, most of you know me. I'm Thomas. I do a lot of implementations, and I also work as the product owner for Tekla Base Tools, but I'm here with none of those titles. I'm here just to present you a module that we have developed in the last few years. It's rather new. The agenda for today is we're going to talk a little bit about the history of the insulation planning, how we decide to develop something like that. Then I'm going to go into a little bit specifics of how it works. Maybe you find something that you can incorporate in your companies. I'm going to talk about some news and improvements like the other people, what we've done the last year to make it better. And of course, some of my personal thoughts of what could be better or what we can implement in the future to make it even better. So, I've been told that when you do a presentation, you need to say a nice story or do something to take the persons that listening to you attention. But in this case, I want to say that I have not been involved in any of the development of the insulation planning. I didn't know what insulation planning was until 3-4 weeks ago. I was speaking to Peter. It was your baby before the concrete mix, right? So we're having some discussions about why, and it's difficult for me to understand why should we plan the insulation for sandwich walls or insulated walls. And then he introduced me to some videos of the reference group for the project developing this tool. And the first thing I found in those videos was a drawing like that. And this is what usually people do when they want to plan insulation. They take a PDF, and on top of what was done, they do some manual, let's say, numberings or drawings, a whole piece of insulation, they separate it and they give you this and say, figure it out in production, right? And this was another, a little bit more clear view of pieces, ABC, PM, and dimensions of insulation down here, right? And then when I open our module and I try to use it myself, then I ended up in a result that looks like that. Of course, this is not perfectly drawn, it's drawn by me, but you can see that you can get a very clear overview of the insulation pieces very, very quickly, and we will discuss more about it, and a clear, let's say, line of information for every piece with dimensions and different shapes and sizes. So that was a little bit about the history and how it looks today and what was been done before. And the why is, of course, this is done in most of the factories either empirically or by the experience of the people working with it. We are trying to prepare the insulation in a structured way, of course, and when having this documentation or predefined insulation in documents, then of course we can help with waste reduction. I had an example yesterday. I visited one of the factories and we're discussing about waste reduction, and we discussed about if we have a company with 1,000 employees or 500, if one person, every day is losing a screw, then accumulated in a year, we are going to be losing a lot of money, right? So by doing that, I believe we can get better when it comes to waste reduction. Of course, we're a software company, so digitizing and collecting data that we can connect to our systems, to our ERP systems for ordering pieces and all these kind of things, I believe that's also very, very important. And the two last points, of course, has to do with safety in the factory. I know that a lot of people have big saws and things are changing in the end. You find out a small piece doesn't fit, so you have to run back and cut it in the mold. But
having something prepared like that ready to be fitted and knowing for sure that is going to be fitted in your geometry of your element, then it will save time also in the mold and not cause a lot of accidents. So how it works, it is a very simple module. A lot of you, when you use the modules in the project manager or the resource manager, you have seen this being added, the insulation module. It is based on element ID, which means that in order to create insulation for your elements, you need to have an element created in Impact. And of course, for our own sake also, it uses its own license. So the first thing is, of course, you start the application, and when you do, in the space below the model viewer usually, you get this nice little grid with all the technical features above, and you can easily start using the application. Now, in order to load the data, to load the geometry of the element, we have two methods. And the two methods are, of course, if we are already designers in Impact and we draw an Impact for CAD or an Impact for Revit, then we can use an insulation file that is created along with your shop drawing and the DVG shop drawing and the PDF. And then we import this data directly and we can draw our insulation. And the method that it is most easily used for everybody, if you use Tekla or if you use other design softwares or Excel import, then you can of course import the PDF in the background. So now I'm going to show you a little bit how those two different methods vary and what it requires to use method 1 and of course what requires to use method 2. I have made a little video here. It's not anything special. I just want to show you, I don't know what that do. All right, so maybe I can press play. Yes. So here you load the drawing, you select the element, you load the drawing, and then the geometry of the wall is being attached to the grid. And as you will see, we have some very easy tools that you can actually draw the array around the element. You can also cut, add things. Here I'm just very quickly cutting the geometry of the wall. The shapes and the size of the insulation is predefined here. The material is predefined here. You need to do some groundwork, adding that in the system, but it is very easy to do. And then you can also change between materials and fill out holes and places around doors and around openings, generally with different types of insulation. And as you see, we have, except for array, we have also developed some small tools that they are very easy to dispense insulation around your different openings. And I don't know what to say, but here that was 1 minute, let's say the whole video. It was a little bit speed up, 1.2 or something, maybe 2 minutes in total to do this. The second method, and I'm bringing the second method only because we have this PDF import, is so you see that you need to add an extra minute, let's say, for doing this. And here you can select the PDF, find your drawing in reference. This can be a Tekla drawing, any PDF will do. And when you bring it in, it will show something like that. It will be very small or let's say very big. And the first thing you need to do is you need to scale it. So you have dimensions on it. So if you select from any line from the beginning to the end, and you write 1513 there, which is the dimension, then that will scale it to the real size. And from that point on, you just crop the area that you want to fill and you move it down to the grid. So of course it is easier to fill out the insulation pieces. This is again something that will add maybe a minute per element, but in the end is a tool that will result in this shape. After the design of insulation is finished, then we see that we can export the report. We have a function there. This is a GIF that goes back and forth, but you can see how the report looks. For different insulation types that they are on top of each other, which is possible to do here, you also can get a different view of the wall or of any element, or at least for a wall for now. And then you can see the different pieces by just pressing print. A new thing I think Dennis discussed about in his presentation was assigning status to our insulation. Of course, the different statuses are pending, ready for cut, and cut, or no status, and it will look like that in the project manager. Very, very important to be able to see the colors in the system. So, what have we done in order to make this more appealing to the user? The first version, as far as I remember from people talking or trying to use it, was a little bit difficult to use. So I believe the programmer decided to make some improvements that I cannot really show perfectly here, but deleting, moving things, cutting things, or they require just a quick click and everything is done and edited very, very fast and quick. So we have what we said here, and what I learned was that mostly half clicks are required now compared to the initial release. The status, we just discussed about it, very, very important, requested by a lot of you. And the insulation planning getting print out directly from the CAS planner. Of course, it's not much worth if I have different elements on the model viewer and I cannot print the report of the insulation for the whole planning day in my cast calendar or my detailed view. And some smaller things, I think setting-wise, we have added some insulation colors when we have different layers, so you can see clearly the separation of the layers and the depth of the insulation inside the element. Again, this is a little bit more technical. I don't want to go so much technical today. I just want to present to you a few different features that we have added. And the last one, for me, that was very nice, that I could actually deactivate all the different levels of the different thickness of insulation I have added. They are added up there in the level, and then I can activate and deactivate, so I can be on the same level, because sometimes I want to draw insulation that is on top of another piece, and that was actually really helpful. And that's, of course, with correlation with the extra, let's say, layers in sandwich walls. This is actually pretty nice to be able to do that. Yes, I have, along with the times, I have also created a very ugly picture from AI here, and I said, make me a picture of food for thought, future developments. That's what it came up with. And here I'm going to discuss a little bit about what I see, or what I wanted a little bit more maybe from the tool to do. This is not something that we, of course, have discussed or is going to come 100%, but this is more things that with your cooperation might be very nice to see. The first thing is the insulation status shown in the CAS planner. I believe we might have something later for that when it comes to Linus's presentation in production. So I'm not going to speak a lot about it, but this is something that I would really like to see, so I know what the status of insulation is directly on my bed planner. For now, we have a function saved copy element, and if you know Impact, and most of you do, you know that we are very dependent on the element mark when it comes to copying things from one element to another. And that is because we want the elements to be exactly the same. However, when we talk insulation, a lot of times it is important to be able to copy that. So we don't even have to use that minute.
we can copy to an element with a similar geometry, similar dimensions, and then we can either add on the cutouts or remove from the cutouts. So except for the element mark, I maybe would like to see here similar geometries or dimensions for same elements to be also be able to be copied. And the last thing, thing is some of you are innovating. I know a lot of factories innovating in the industry, and I know that you might have lasers that they are cutting insulation. And I would also like, we have the data, we have it in the database, why not export it, allow it to be exported directly to machines and cut the insulation pieces automatically, so we can even minimize errors and safety features, of course, for the factory. And the last one is, of course, this is a new module. This is something that we are still very much willing to develop and make it even better and even more useful. So if you have any more input, please feel free to send us specific requests and we will look into it. Yeah, that's it. That was a small presentation about insulation planning. Do you have any questions? All right, then I will leave you to Michal for design for Revit, and I'll see you soon for Tekla.
Michał Sikora. I'm a business development manager for Poland, so I'm trying to grow our impact market there. And some of you might remember me from last year. I went like a machine gun from my impact mobile presentation. I'll try to go a bit slower today. And I would like to show you some of the developments that we have for impact design for Revit. I like to keep things simple, so my agenda will be general and quality of life updates that will make your modeling in Revit simpler, easier, or more convenient, really, and some element specific updates as well. So let's start off with the thing that you've heard a lot today. So OBJ. Already, Dennis told you a lot about OBJ and how we introduced that. Nick also mentioned how to set it up properly in Impact for CAD. Not so much setup in Revit for that, really. As a laser, basically, an update model, and when saving the elements, you just stick it to OBJ. Make sure the OBJ export is there with your cast and materials and reinforcement. And that's it. You save your elements, you edit your elements, you just update them in the database, and you get the project manager ready with all the reinforcement and casting materials there. It is a big feature, and that's been a feature that's been wanted for a while. So not only in Impact for CAD, but Revit as well. So now super easy to get that out, and yeah, make your modeling easier and very easy to verify stuff within Project Manager without even running Revit after your design is complete. Next one, we've added the material in OBJ files themselves. So before the update, the OBJ material file for your elements was saved as a separate file, creating unnecessary mess within your file system. Now it's simplified. Basically, after the merge now, it's just part of the .obj file, and it's good to go like that. So less of a hassle file-wise on your drives. Next one, a nice little development that allows you to now copy multiple casting materials based off a base point. So now we're selected one group, that's the second group of casting material with another base point, and another one with another base point. What matters here with the ability to choose the base points, simply put, it allows you to copy the elements, casting materials from elements of one geometry to elements of different geometry, and they will be properly placed, like those openings along the top of this girder and the weld plates at the base of that. Next one is the improved preview of casting material with included reinforcement. So as you know, the casting materials can include some reinforcement, but previous previews were kind of unintuitive. Now it's much more clean and much easier to see once you add that reinforcement in. How does it look like, and does it really make sense what you're seeing? One thing of note, there's now a copy option as well, and you can select defaults as well for those cast-in materials. What that means is you can have alternatives of your reinforcement that's included within cast-in material. Say, in this particular case, it's just a U-bar, but if it's a different lifter, maybe you need a straight bar going right ahead, or having another type of setup for your reinforcement, then of course, that's one of the things that you are now able to do. Next one is mirror wall function. Under the copy rotate group, we've added a mirror element. There's going to be a couple more slides about that because there's been developments on that front. Simply put, you can mirror elements. So makes it really obvious. And one thing of note is once you do mirror the element, your start point of the base element that you mirror will, or rather the end point of the initial element will actually be the start point of the mirrored element. So worthwhile to know that while modeling, that keep in mind once adding some casting material, depending on that. That's one that I found useful. Seems simple, but it was real hassle a couple of months back. Some of you might know that when creating grid lines, you have to actually click one, link it, next one, link it, to save it to the database. Kind of annoying. So we've made it much easier. You can now select those, all of them, link them at once, and of course, save them. Yeah, if you have like 3 grid lines, you didn't really need that, but once you have massive amounts of grid lines for bigger projects, yeah, it makes life easier. Mirror reinforcement label. So we made sure now that the mirror tool actually allows for mirroring of the reinforcement within a precast element. So simple example as visible here. If you have alternative layout set up in the edges of the reinforcement, edges of the element. So your edge reinforcement is alternate. Sometimes it will need mirroring in your design if you mirror the element as well. And mirror element for other element types. So you've seen walls, but also mirror will work on columns, linked elements, hollow cores, beams, and pre-stressed beams as well. Worth noting is your lifts won't be mirrored, as you will see in that small video. So that's a thing of note. Casting materials, yes, they will be mirrored. So you saw that there, but lifters for now are staying in the orientation that they've been placed. But going back to casting materials themselves, we are able to now show the casting material and drawings in all the views. So it makes it possible for you to decide now if that component should be shown, say, in the views of both inner and outer panel in the sandwich wall, or just where it is actually placed. So say maybe in an inner panel in a particular place, and that's where you just want it. Or if it's a casting material in a beam, then of course you can decide whether it has to be visible from all sides or just from a different one. But one of the latest updates is the ability to actually add material to the casting materials. Of course, the material is dependent on what you have in your standard admin, so what you have defined there. It will be available from this drop-down list here. Why is it important? Well, for mass calculations as well. And of course, you will be able to calculate the displacement because cast in materials is solid, so you know the volume of that, and your mass will be properly calculated, of course, if your material is also properly defined within standard admin. And the next one, a little bit of a, oh, not a little bit of a quality of life update, a bigger one. You don't really have to now pre-draw the lines for your meshes once you insert profile meshes in the element. Pre-draw meaning before even starting the command itself. Well, you saw here the command was started, so right there on the left of the screen, and from this command itself to install the profile mesh, you are able to actually start clicking through and creating grid lines for you and use those as the region for your reinforcement. So again, once more, just one option there, and you start drafting lines through here. Simple one, but again, one of those little annoying things that that happen when you model stuff and you have ton of openings to add to a whole building, and then it doesn't remember the settings and you have to click through everything again 100 times over. Well, not anymore. Simply put, all your settings for your openings will now be remembered once you click another set of openings. So whether it's a door, a window, the settings for your side of the element and whatnot, that actually is remembered whenever you rerun the command. Much easier, much more convenient. Next one. Yes. We've improved the end cap corner definition, and so that you are now also able to define whether an end cap is, for example, an inner or an outer corner. So it makes stuff much easier for you to keep things well organized, and much easier as well for modeling. So there's a drop down for that, and this is applicable when you're using both left and left-right end caps. On other end caps option when creating end caps, the other end caps, as you know, is the one where you can slightly modify the standard end caps that you have. And this one, for all you data fiends that like to have a lot of data in your model at a first glance, simply put, we've added more element mark fields that are available for you. So on the screen, you see a ton of data under the element mark. I typically use just the element mark and element ID, and that's it. But now you are able to use the floor, building, phase, base elevation, the dimensions of the element, the dimension, either the type of the element that you have defined as well, calculated mass, and the general size as well. Something that's been touched upon by Dennis in terms of user roles, but this particular one is a Revit user role, is a delete element mark user role. What it means is once you set it up to yes for some user of Impact Revit, whenever that person wants to delete an element, the person will get a warning like that. So are you sure? Are you really sure you want to delete that element? And of course, if someone's not able to delete elements within the user roles, then they won't be able to do that, and they won't get that warning simply because they are not allowed to. Again, quality of life one, warning on fine planned elements. Worth noting here, what you see in this warning that pops up. So once any element ID of a particular element is actually fine planned, you will get a warning once you want to edit that or remove that element or do anything with it, really. So even though you can have like a 50 SWO3 walls, even if just one is actually placed on tables, you'll get that warning. I think very convenient if you do your planning as well as the design. There have been some questions about that, and some companies really want to have long prefixes on their designs, so we do accommodate that now. We've increased the characters on the element prefixes, so say your element type and maybe your fire resistance on your element can be part of your element name, and you can have that before your actual element mark. So we've increased the prefix designation to 12 characters, the prefix element mark to 8 characters, and prefix drawing name also up to 12 characters. So that's a lot now. So your element names can be very long now if you really wish to do so. Thomas has made a very nice presentation about installation planning. So it's also worth noting when we're doing that some improvements, or rather some things in the background with Revit as well. There's a new variable within the standard admin. That's the auto update installation drawing. What it does is it automatically creates the installation file for you. And the next slide is going to be funny because Nick actually shown the same one. It's the possibility to export those particular stirrup types to Unitechnic. So now it works from within Revit as well. So if you really want to use those, and you will be happy that we now support those from within Revit as well. And another one, so that's the MB shapecode, and it's been added to standard folder during our latest updates. So if you use this MB shapecode, then you'll be happy to know that it's now available from within Revit, and it's there for you to use in your projects from here on out. For form slabs, now it is possible to select the group of the lattice girders in the lattice girder definition. So if you want to organize your elements in a specific way, or other casting materials, that's technically a casting material, then of course you can now select a group for that. And also IFC, now we are able to populate some data that's required when doing the IFC export. Nick has shown you how to do that in AutoCAD for general files, but in Revit. Not about exporting, but rather populating more information in the models. So 2 variables that are required to be populated right now is the work result and building element in the definitions of the elements. And your work result is actually populating a data impact work result parameter, and your building element is under keynote in identity data. So there's 2 more things in IFC exports that you can have. That one I like very much because whenever doing user-defined openings, you also need some guidelines to create that opening. And sometimes it's very easy to forget in your model to delete those lines after if you don't need them. It makes the model slightly messy. So now there's a toggle that you can just click, and after you create that particular opening, of course, the guidelines will disappear. Makes it much easier to keep the model very clean. And I think that's the last one of like the general ones that we have. Is more lift definitions available. Very simple, so nothing too much to show that, but you can specify now more lift types for pre-stressed slabs, hollow cores, and pre-stressed beams. Now I'll move on to the more of element-specific updates, and we'll focus on walls first. And there's a reload command available now under link status. Let's reload settings. What it does is, say there's 2 people working on a project, maybe different parts of it, maybe different buildings in a project, but one person creates a casting material. Of course, those are typical well plates that we have, so nothing new there. But once you create something new, or maybe create a new definition for a particular project at a common level, the other person just needs to click the reload settings within Revit to have it available. No need to shut down Revit to reload the database and the project settings, so saves a bit of time. And moving on from that, under settings of building status, there's a new toggle available, save element after edit element command. So once you create an element and save it to the database, of course, you can edit that element. But once you edit that, you had to manually save it, at least before. Now with that toggle on, once the changes to the element are made, you will be immediately prompted whether you want to save the changes to those elements. So yeah, makes it much easier to not forget to save your elements to the database after they're ready. Something that we developed last year is the ability to copy other end caps, or apply other end caps, so the ones with slightly modified geometry, for multiple walls. But last year, unfortunately, we were only limited to doing that for walls with the same geometry, so say 3 identical walls. We've expanded upon this functionality to make it easier for you to be able to actually copy those end caps to walls of different geometries. So you see those walls have different width, height is the same, but still, those are 3 different geometry of elements, and now those end caps can be applied to those. We're also able to apply straight joints when using the split wall vertical command, something that we've had in AutoCAD for a while, but thankfully it's now trickled down to Revit as well. So whenever you use the split wall vertical command, and when of course you have some definitions for the particular wall element defined as a joint, you will be prompted with a new dialog option, split wall. Impact will try to find definitions for this connection between those 2 walls, and of course propose to you a solution. In this particular case, we have a defined weld plate connection. Can be loop connection as well, or any other type that you would have defined for walls meeting together. And once you click OK on that, the joint will be automatically applied. So no need to then actually go to the apply joints and do that manually afterwards. We've also improved the reinforcement template for walls by adding the corner reinforcement option or tab under the reinforcement template. So for walls, of course, you are able to now determine the basically L bars in corners for your walls. Just be mindful of the fact that the shape codes available for that are just B and 11. So if anything, right now that's what we can use, and the rest of the settings typical for reinforcement placement. Of course, you can specify dimensions, so say your anchorage for the particular bar diameter, or lap if you have edge reinforcement as well, and the edge reinforcement is just straight bars. One more thing in the reinforcement templates is that we are now able to also add extra bars within the ERC template. Why might that be? In some cases, maybe geological hazards, seismic activity. A fun fact, a day ago, actually, my sister-in-law, she's in another city in Poland, they actually had a quake because of mining operations in the area. And they do live in a very old, very tall precast building from the 70s, and they felt that. But in your design process, it might be required to actually add some additional rebar to your meshes, straight specifically for activities like that and extraordinary situations. So you can do that. Basically, if need to be, you can have maybe bigger diameter bars, of course, with some proper spacing added, both in the vertical and horizontal directions separately. There's going to be another one fun. Corbel supports for walls. Last year, we talked a lot about corbels in general as well. That's also one of the features that we were very happy to develop. Now, corbels work on walls. Very simple feature, but it makes sense to have that as support for whatever other element types that can be supported on our walls, because scenarios may be very, very, very different for very, very different projects. Continue on with corbels, not specifically for walls only, but now you can override the depth on each side of a multi-sided corbel. So even if you have like a 4-sided corbel, then here you will find an override once you check that, and that's available, of course, both on the drawing and both on the edit corbel options. If you use those, and there's L for front and back. So basically, you've got both dimensions for the front and back of the corbel, and the same thing for left and right sides of the corbel. So 4-sided corbel can have 4 different dimensions and overridden length. And you can also include multiple casted materials on your corbels. Both in the draw corbel and edit corbel, there's now a placing option. So you can input your casted material and you can have values for spacing. There's a nice little sketch available, very similar to what we have once you create joints between elements. You saw those multiple times using Impact. Whether it makes sense to put as many lifters in a wall, I'm not so sure. But still, I think it proves a nice little point that you can really, really add a lot of stuff to our corbels now. We've introduced a command for sandwich walls, and that is the producibility command, producibility control, sorry. And that will check whether a reinforcement mesh is possible to be created, but that requires some previous settings in standard admin. Once you have that, for your production settings, you basically specify what's allowed for a particular element type. In this particular case, that's sandwich wall. We have specified, for example, allowed diameter 5, 7, 9, and 10. So those are the some dimensions, and you get a population list of what's allowed and what's not allowed in your list, and you get a highlight if you really wish to the reinforcement that's not allowed, so you know where to fix it. Continue on from that with the same check producibility command. It's worth noting that if part of the mesh is okay, this will be saved to the database, but the rebar that are not valid will not be saved to the database. So you don't have to worry that something wrong will go with your export to the machine and something will be not produced well, though you really shouldn't have any warnings here before you send something to production, really. So, but that's like a double check, to make sure it's okay. Next one is we've introduced in Revit the ability to now automatically generate braces for the elements, or for the walls and columns that, of course, have defined anchor points for braces. So there's one command. It finds, it automatically, of course, detects whether there is a definition for your anchor bolts in your walls or columns, and it will try to place, according to, of course, some settings, it will automatically try to create those braces for you. This will be giving you a nice visual preview of how the erection process will look like. It will also create either casted materials in the slabs that it needs automatically, or create a symbol if you don't want to add that custom material beforehand. With brace generation, of course, there comes brace clash detection. So there's another option. You've got the braces created, but what about things like that's happening in the corner? Simply put, you just select the walls, the braces, specify your allowed distance between elements, and you'll get a warning, and the elements are highlighted red. Braces are highlighted red. So you immediately know, hey, that's not going to work. So you can then go ahead and fix your either anchor points or the angles of the braces and regenerate the braces for the particular corner. Okay, now a little bit about slabs. Under Draw Slab and Edit Slab options, we've added the lift side option. So instead of now having automatically placing lifts in the general top face of the slab, you are able to also add lifters to the sides of the slab, basically. And that's, of course, in both the, as mentioned, draw and edit options. There's the lift side 1, lift side 2, and you specify here whether that's left, right side, front, back. So, of course, long sides work as well if need be. And we've also improved under the reinforcement template for slabs, not improved, actually added 2 more options for your type selection. The new one is both a single bar mesh, single rebar, and double bar mesh, double rebar. So those are the 2 options that have been added. So if that was something that you were missing before, now you're there. Hollow cores now. If you updated your Impact for Revit recently and played around with hollow cores, you might have noticed that something changed here, where you define strand group properties and diameters of your strands and the quality of the strands. That's because the main settings for that were moved, instead of having that defined within the definition of the element, they were moved to a wires option under Impact Standard Admin. So you define your qualities here, your diameters here, your areas and masses per kilogram per meter, and it makes it much easier now, much cleaner. Nothing to input here by hand now. Basically, you have available drop-down lists with your qualities for your strands and your diameters as well. So if you were wondering something got wrong, like the latest updates, if that happened for you, then basically that's because it's in standard admin now. And in order to now optimize the drawing production for hollow cores, we now made it possible under shop drawing settings for hollow cores to specify where the strand pattern text actually appears. You may recall it popped up on the right side by default and it was always there. In order to optimize the drawings or maybe optimize the layouts for you, it is now possible to specify where you really want them. And of course, in this particular case, it's everywhere. It makes no sense to have it on all 4 sides, but yeah, you can decide if it's left, right, top, bottom, around the section of the hollow core. And for hollow cores now, you are able to also automatically add lifts when you create a hollow core that's cut. So under General, add lift, and once you select only in cut slab, once you create the placement of slabs on a rectangle, polygon, what have you, once the slab is cut, it will automatically add lifters to that particularly cut slab. So of course it won't add to any of the other hollow cores around. So now you don't have to manually add the lifters to a cut slab. after creation of a set. But if you change the lift to manual placement, you can now specify whether you want to place lifts along the long side or referring to the long side of the element, and then the center of gravity, fixed distance as part of element length. Or you can place the placing of how the elements are placed on the short side, so under center of core, center of gravity, fixed distance, or part of element width. So now you have much more control of where the lifts are placed once you actually decide to use lifts in a hollow core. Next one is very specific, as you can now add rebar dimensions in hollow cores. Typically, I wouldn't expect normal reinforcement, normal rebar in a hollow core, but if you do use hollow core definition of an element for a different type of a simple example, maybe double T, or some other type of element you'll be doing with a definition of a hollow core, then that requires actual use, for example, of stirrups, then now you are able to have that automatically dimensioned from within that from within the settings. And I think that's the last slide that I'll have. It's the choice of cutting method in your hollow cores. So we've added also the possibility to change both when you specify to draw a hollow core, or once you edit the hollow core, whether the cutting will be from the left, right, or symmetrical. And I think that would be all from my bit of ahead of schedule. But yeah, thank you for your patience with me. And any questions? No, perfect. I like that. All right. So with that, we've got a couple minutes. 15 minutes. Oh boy. That's perfect then. So 15 minutes of break, and Thomas can take you over again.
Right. I think we can bring in the last few people. Yes. Hello. We are starting. I have to do everything myself. Two presentations, going out in a lot of things. Right. I will start as the time is passing by, so I want you all to have a nice fika. We call it here in Sweden. So if you didn't know me before, you know me now. So we are going to discuss a little bit about Impact Tekla Base Tools, what it is, what it does, and what we have done in it to make it even better in the last few years. It's been a couple of years since we last had a presentation on Tekla Base Tools, so now we're going to see a little bit an intro, some news, and a few closing points on Tekla. Yes. So this is a model my very nice friend Sigurd there allows me to use sometimes to do the presentations. A big model from Tekla, which looks like that. And when we bring it into Impact, then it looks like that. So the point of Tekla Base Tools is that we want to have a one-to-one representation from Tekla into Impact. So of course we can see all the important information, plus of course very nice geometry here in Impact, and CAS plan, fine plan, and do the transfer planning with all the information included directly from Tekla. Yes. How does it work? I'm not going to go into crazy details this time. Just very quickly, I'm going to explain how easy it is to use Tekla Base Tools, even though sometimes for some of my colleagues seems a little bit complicated. It is a simple three-step process. You need to have Tekla open. You have to create a project in Impact. You don't have to have Impact open, just Tekla Base Tools. Then select your elements, and then it's self-explained because the three first things that you are seeing in Tekla Base Tools is you link the elements, you map them, you give them an impact definition. The two software are different, so we need to translate a Tekla definition into an impact definition, and then you just press save. And then you just hope that it's not going to take too much time. The principle is that, of course, in Impact we have the element IDs and the element marks, you all know that, but the Tekla global unique identification number is the one that controls the connectivity between the two software. So once you save your elements, then the GUID decides if that element is updated, which is our next step, or if that element is deleted, let's say. So as long as you keep editing your elements, then you can simply press update in the system and then save only the update elements again. So that's what the sync status between the two software is. As you can see here, I haven't even counted them, it's 11, 12 new tabs in our settings. These are very important. We're going to go through some of those, some new things that we have done. When I started, it was 3 or something. Now it's 11. So we have developed a lot in Tekla Base Tools. We can import almost everything, I would say, from PXML to PDFs, custom materials in many different ways, and reinforcement also in many different ways. So the quality, the standard of quality for what you get from, let's say, Impact Design at least, is represented, let's say, at 80, 90%, in a lot of times even 100%. And of course, the elements, we need all these things because we want to use Impact Production, and not everybody is using Impact Design. This is something that we've never discussed in the previous user conference, like 2 years ago when we had this presentation. So I thought I will bring it up today to clarify it to everybody who is here, which I found out sometimes is difficult to keep up with the new versions that were coming in. So what is out there today? You will see 3 same logos, but 3 different versions of Impact Tekla based tools. The first one doesn't have any year on it, and it's connected to Tekla Structures 21, 22, and 23. Every earlier version is taken away. The second one, of course, is 2024 Tekla based tools, connects to Tekla Structures 2024, 25 with 25, of course. It's self-explained. The good thing with this, I want to say here that it was not our decision to do that. This has something to do with the Tekla API. It was not something that I want to do. It is too difficult to maintain 3 different versions. But in this case, it's also nice because if you have 3 different models opened in 3 different versions, then you can do 3 different mappings at the same time. And that was not something that you could do before. So a lot of times I find myself having 3 versions of Tekla open and do 3 mappings at the same time. What's going to happen in Q1 in the new version of Impact, and I want to be very clear from today because I know I have a lot of customers here who are using Tekla-based tools, is that 21 and 22 are going to go away. And this is not something that we do because we really want to. It is because of safety reasons. Tekla Structures 21 and 22 does not follow the safety requirements, IT requirements that we allow, and we had to delete a few things from the connection, and that means that that's going to go away. So 23 is going to be supported with the normal version, and the rest is going to come. Of course, for Tekla Structures 26, it depends on when we get our hands to the new version. Then we will work on making the new connection. Yes, these are a little bit of technical information. I want to inform everybody who has a new employee that wants to start working. You can visit our news wiki. My colleague Oscar is going to present that, and in a few minutes, and you can visit the new wiki page we have, and you can follow a training. It takes a whole hour. I have also made video. It's 1 hour and 7 minutes, where if you follow the training step by step, you can actually learn how to use Tekla-based tools very quickly, and I believe efficiently. I really believe in efficiency, so I try to do this so people can just start up very quickly. Yes, enough with that. So what we have done, small features that we have developed in the last few years that you might know, you might not know, but they are important to adjust for people working in different workflows. You know, Tekla is very broad software, and people design differently in it. You can have 3 different consultants giving you drawings, and they are all completely different, even though the end result is the same. So in order to allocate these type of things, we have decided to add about dimensions that we can swap width and height, length and height, and different parts in the software. So this is something that you can do, especially for columns and slabs and holocore. We have a UDA. UDA is a defined attribute, just like our attributes in Impact, in standard admin, that you can create, and you can override the mass. So if you activate this setting here and you have an attribute in Tekla, then the mass will be overwritten and take this value. Of course, you can keep it active as long as you want. If you don't have the attribute, then the real mass of the element coming from the Tekla properties will be mapped in Impact. So it will not affect your existing process if you activate those 2 settings. We have added some more UDA descriptions for the custom materials, so we can allocate all 3 different fields for name, description, and reference in Tekla. And one more thing I think it's important to mention
is the lift name here, that if you want to separate in the impact database your lifters, so you know that those specific casting materials are your lifting points, then you can add the 3 or the 2 first letters of the lifters and separate them by a semicolon, and that will allocate your casting materials to the lifting point. So you can take out your reports and keep working like how you do in impact or drawing by impact design. This was a well-awaited feature for, at least since I got over Tekla Base Tools. I think it was something that was always got requested, that we want to have a free UDA mapping through most of our columns in the project manager. And now this is available and is marked under the other info. You can bring in any property, custom property, string property, whatever properties you get in Tekla. I do not know if we have any Tekla designers with us here, but you can bring that in and map it one-to-one to nodes, direction sequence. These are all the information and also dates. We have split the drawing and the file transfer. We have done some more technical things with the drawings, so we decided it was too big to have it under one. So the file transfer with, let's say, a possibility of adding more file information, not only PXML, but other types of files coming in from Tekla, is placed under file transfer, and of course the drawings under drawings. This is a very nice one. As I said, we swap width and height in some elements, but then you need to go back to the settings and then swipe back to the normal property, and the same here. Here, according to an element type, you can activate this, and then in slabs, you can always have swipe width and length, but in walls, you will only have the normal dimensions, let's say. So you can do that here by splitting different element types and adding a specific dimension property. This is also a very nice one. This was something that we figure out that even if we map an element to a sandwich wall, the volumes were not correct because the information from Tekla and the information from Impact are not, of course, one-to-one. And what we did here is that for every layer in a sandwich wall, we can add a property to take out the correct volume, so you can use it further, of course, in the cost estimation, and to do this to have the exact amount, so we don't have any deviations for your normal volumes. This is something Peter went into a little bit in the beginning, but we have also developed this drawing specification property. You can say it is for your environmental calculations or not, but in order to use this, you need to have an element type and you need to have a drawing. So you need to import the drawing from Tekla into Impact, and then you can do one-to-one mapping with our standard admin properties and your Tekla property, and then you can populate the fields and get a correct value for your concrete mixes. This is a nice and a little bit more complicated, let's say, advanced feature. I've never presented that before, but some of our nice customers, they wanted to have the transport already defined from the Tekla import. And what does that mean? That means, for example, that if I have a simple slab and the thickness of the slab is this, and then I know I'm going to transport it always with this specific trailer. I'm not going to use anything else. So here we have the operator where it says us that if the length of my element of this specific impact definition is bigger or equal to 1 meter, then I use this transport template. If it's lower, then I use this transport plate. If it's bigger than another value, then I use this transport plate. This is, of course, in combination with our project manager, with our transport module, where you can also assign those templates in project manager, and then you can use this nice little button, use predefined templates in the transport planning, and then according to the erection sequence and the transport template, the software will automatically use the information and save and create transports without you having to do anything by just pressing start. Of course, the last, which is also one of the first things that we have done, not to say it like I'm proud or we were the first implementing this OBJ implementation in Impact from Tekla. However, we have also now bring in, as you saw, the reinforcement, the custom materials by selecting this geometrical representation. However, in the latest release, there been a little bit, it has affected the speed of the software. And now this, as Nikolai also mentioned, it is solved in the Q4 release. And we have also added the possibility to decide if you want to get custom materials, reinforcement, or the stands, because sometimes it's not necessary to bring everything from Tekla into Impact. Yes, and of course, if you use the geometrical representation as Impact, then the model is not going to look as exactly the same as in Tekla, but the import is going to be extremely fast. And that's how an element from Tekla gets translated into an element in Impact and how it looks in the project manager. Yes, my remarks here is just very simple that again, as I said, 80-90% can be done with a lot of work to have from Tekla into Impact, but of course Impact CAD and Revit are still the best connection we have to production. The second best, of course, is Tekla, because we have our own tool that connects those. And I always want to mention that the good flow, and most of you who work with Tekla know that it takes time, testing, communication between you and your consultants at every stage in the process. You need to make standards to make sure that they don't give you different things at all times, but they communicate perfectly the Tekla and the Impact according to what you need, not what they want to design. And again, from our point and our programmers, that we are always, of course, working to improve. As you see, we have expanded the settings and all the things that we try to accommodate different customers. And we try to improve, of course, the background processes, make it even faster, make it even better, and seamless to work. Yeah, that's what I wanted to mention here. That was my presentation. If you have any questions, feel free. Otherwise, we can have some. Yes, Sigurd.
Is it for the 17 point all those?
Oh, everything. I don't have anything in 17.3.
Okay.
Yeah, everything is out except for this small, let's say, this small thing here that I showed you. These three here, they are coming in Q4 now in December. But everything else is already out, done, and you can play with it if you want. Yeah. Any more questions? Patrick? No? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's fika. Fika time. Oh yeah, big fika.
Much better.
Peter, it's the second last presentation. My name is Linus, and I think some of you might know me, but maybe not in this setting, because I'm usually presenting the design and design for Revit. But from September, I got the honor to step in as the new product owner for Impact Production, which I'm very excited for. So that's what I'm gonna present, and it's great to be presenting in the end, because someone already spoiled my surprise in the end. So please act surprised in the end. Then I'll be happy. Yeah, exactly. That's not the surprise. That's not the surprise. So we'll start with like a mix of small things. It was like, instead of having hundreds of headlines, we just put them together. Then the new OBJ, you haven't heard of it, but you haven't heard of it in this setting, at least. Some cost planning, transport planning, some disorders, element control, and then the secrets, like surprise in the end. So yeah, please remember to be surprised or act. So let's start. The first thing is quite small, but could be useful for some of you. So until now, we have, when we set element ready for production, we have been doing that from the design tools or in Project Manager. But now we can also do it in the ID grid in Resource Manager. So small one. Then if we go to the workload, so here we have two updates, also not that complex, but it can open up a lot of possibilities. So the first one is with the factories. So until this year, don't remember exactly which release, we could filter on one factory or on all. But it could be that you want to combine a few and so on. So when you do all here, we see that all of those divisions are shown, and a few I've added with a 2. It means that that's for another factory. So I have 2 factories in my standard here, factory 1 and 2. So when I have all selected, I see all of them. But when I select one of them, here I could have 3, maybe a better example, but bear with me. If I have just this or deactivated one of the factories, those will, it will not be striking true, but they will just disappear. And this means that also that this data in the bottom will only be for the factories that you want to look at. So it's an improvement. Another one is the product. So until now we have only been able to filter on one product at the same time. And also maybe note that this is not a span. My product is called SW30-40. So we can comma separate like in other places in the software. So we can use more than one product. Another nice feature is that you might have some elements that requires the same comment. So we have added the possibility to set notes for several elements at the same time. So in this dialog here, we can just put like, for all elements, for 2, for 4, doesn't matter. You can just do it in this way. Another thing for you who work with the statuses and set them manually. So in this case here, I've been selecting two elements, but you can see here in the top right, it says that I'm selecting 3, and it's probably because I have a long list here. So behind, you can see that I accidentally haven't this or not this, but deactivated this element. So if I wouldn't have my eyes open, I could have changed the status on an element that shouldn't be changed. So when we have situations like this, where we select more than one element and set status, we'll get this warning, so that you're aware of that you are selecting all these three elements and changing the status. If that's okay, then you also see the statuses or current statuses, and a question if you want to change it to this one. So pretty much making sure that you don't do mistakes. But if you don't read, you can still do the mistakes. So that's on you. And there we have the status change. Another thing that is it's a simple feature, but for a complex problem. So here in my example, we have the element controls. So it could be a scenario where we have used element controls, and then we have made some changes, and instead of tweaking, we start from a blank paper. So these two here, let's say that these are my old controls, and they're used for over 1,000 elements. So if I delete these controls, it means that I also delete the possibility to track the history. So if someone asks me for opening a control for an element in a previous project, it wouldn't be possible because it's deleted. But then on the other hand, I don't want someone accidentally putting or selecting this outdated control. So either here in the element control dialog when selecting it for elements manually, or in the Impact Go, for instance. So the solution is not really a new thing, but a new thing for these fundamental places, which is the active column here. So here we can deactivate the old ones or the faulty ones, and we end up with only the correct ones here. So best of both worlds, we keep the history, but we are also making sure or preventing people from selecting the wrong things. This is also implemented in factories and in divisions. So we can turn that off, but keep the data. And you who are experienced in this, you may, sorry, I was a little bit too quick. In the concrete mix, the new one, we also have it. So if you have, because there will probably build up recipes over the years, and then the wrong ones or the outdated ones, it's not good to get suggestions to use that. But now it's I'm on track again. So you have been working with this a long time. You know that we have introduced this earlier for issues, for storages, and for cost units. But now, except the element controls, so for factors and divisions, those two are more fundamental. So that's like covering everything below it as well. For instance, the costing units. And again, the new thing, you haven't heard of it today, the OBJ, but you haven't heard of it in production. So we've seen how we generate it. We have seen how it's looking in the project manager, but now we can also look at the different places in production where you can see it. So here we have the elements, very simple ones, and so on in the cost. And we are aware of that, in some places you want to see some things, and other places you want to see other things. So in each of the modules here, we've introduced these settings that we've seen before. So here we have the standard, which is just not layered, as explained before. But we can also decide to just here in cost put advanced on to see the more details or more layered details. We can also turn off things. So as someone, I don't remember who it was, mentioned, is that the mesh might be showing too much detail so that you miss other things. You can turn that, or not the mesh, the reinforcement, sorry, so that you can turn that off to see cost materials and so on. And in cost, we'll see, you will probably figure out where and when to use it, but it could be used to like control, like, okay, I have the element here, does it look like it does in my formwork, and so on. And here we can also see that it's also easy to spot issues. This is something that I didn't spot when I was making this beam, so then it's easy to spot that before we pour the concrete and cannot do an undo. Some other pictures. I think that the other guys had more nice elements, so maybe I should have asked for those. Transport, or now we are in stack actually. So this is the traditional one, let's say, the version. It's very nice faces and so on, but no details. This is the standard option, so not layered. And here we have the advanced one. And here we have removed all the reinforcement because it's not important for me right now. It could be if it's protruding from the elements, but now maybe we have the cost materials that is more important. So these three options. The same for the transports. So here we have a lot of different opportunities for figuring out how and when to use what views, because as we know, when we don't need the details, we can just turn it off to speed things up, but then in some situations the details might save you a lot of time and money in the end. And of course, we can also see and open these elements from, or OBJs from ImpactGo. So just select an element, go to the info tab, and then we have the open OBJ. And we can both turn it and see it here. We are limited right now. We cannot like switch off the reinforcement and cost materials and so on. But who knows? Maybe that's something we'll introduce in the future. So a few nice pictures of different elements. And now we have the cost planning. I don't remember when it was, if it was last year or 2 years ago, but we introduced the warnings for the hollow core planning. So if we have an element already planned in a bed, and we try to put another one that is too high, so the dimensions are not the same, then we can get a warning. So we make sure that we only cast elements that can be placed next to each other. The same for definition. So it could be the same height, but other things may differ. Then we can also get a warning there. And then the last one is for strands. So both placement and the amount or number of strands. So this is a great feature, but then we realize that if we import these elements from other places like Excel and so on, and the definitions might not be updated or matching and so on, we might get these warnings when they are not, everything is fine, but the data in Impact and the database is not enough. So we have added the possibility to decide if and when to have the different settings. So you have a yes no on in the settings in Resource Manager. So here you can decide to have either height, definition, or strands, or all of them. Another thing that we haven't had in the cast, in the detail view, is when we cast slabs upside down to get like a smooth surface on the top of the slab. So here we can see a drawing from AutoCAD, and yeah, the bottom here is the arrow or the triangle. So it's rotated in AutoCAD because it should be upside down. And here we can see that the orientation is totally wrong. So this is how it has been today, or until today, with yeah, you have basically been forced to really look at the drawing to make sure that you won't cast it upside down. Because if you check the pictures here in the cast planning or detail view, then it have been wrong. But now we have the possibility to control this. So the first one is normal, so as yeah, with no edits. Then we have the alternative in design to mirror according to the x-axis. So here, so if we draw a line here and just mirror or flip it or rotate it there, it becomes this one. And then also the x-axis. So we have these three options. So just to make sure that everything is correct in production. This one probably is about reinforcement, which is correct. When we work with the bending and cutting of or the machines bending and cutting the reinforcement bars and stirrups, until now we have done that when we do PXML. We have done that from the element. So here we have a very basic example. We have a few straight bars and one or a few, but one type of stirrup. So when we have created the files for the machinery, we have gone into the project manager, exporting the reinforcement PXML, and we have ended up with this. And it's not really a nice picture, but it tells a lot. So here we can see that we have one straight bar, which is, or not one, but a lot of them on top of each other, like this one, and a stirrup, this one. We can also see that we have different wire diameters, and in this case I forgot to change, so it's the same steel quality. But let's say that steel quality would also yeah, be different. So until today we haven't just been able to put this in the machinery to just in an efficient way put out all the diameter 10 straight bars, all the diameter 10 B-shaped stirrup, and so on and so forth. But now we have introduced this, and now we can export it from the cast bed. So export to reinforcement PXML, and you get this small yellow or message. But what we can see here, what is the really the difference is that we're getting two suffixes, A and B in this case, and this is customizable what to use. But it's basically separating the file for straight bars and for stirrups. So first there you can just, you know, first open the one for straight bars and run that through the machinery, and then for the stirrups. And then we have a other like part of the file name, which is the diameter. So you can decide to separate the file according to or per diameter as well, and put in which one you want to use. So then it also will divide, so you have all, in this case 12 diameter 12 in this file. So it's more prepared to be streamlined. So here we can see the straight bars. So if you remember from last time, from first picture, you had the stirrup here as well. Now it's just straight bars with diameter 12, and here is the bend or the stirrup. Going into the transport planning, I forgot to start the time here, so I don't know how I'm doing with time, but we'll see. The first one is something that's really good for a lot of people, especially like preparing, so that you're not, standing in the last second and finding information. And that's called mandatory transport conditions. So as many of you know, when you work with transport, we are able to put delivery address and contact person on the transports, so that it comes with the delivery notes and so on. Until now, you have been able to forget that. So and then when printing out the delivery note, it might be that the truck is waiting and you don't have the data. Sometimes, or most of the time, you probably have it close by, but sometimes it might be someone else having that information. So we have introduced that if you are trying to put a lot of transport, or even one transport to call off or hire, and we are missing some of these data, we'll show this dialog. So here we can see that 3 of the elements are missing the delivery address, so then you need to go back and fix that, and 3 of them are missing the contact information. This is controlled again with a setting, so just yes and no, where yes means that you will get this check for call off or higher status. Another thing is the texts from the transport. So both the ones we put in new transports and when we edit and put it in the properties. These ones can now be also transferred to the element nodes. So if that's something that you want to do, we have the possibility. Another small thing is that we have introduced the total length, width, and height for the elements in the transport, or in this grid here. So before we had it in different places, but here it might be the place where you want to be able to check it. Disorders. Here we have some interesting ones, and the first one is a default assigned to. So this is usually how it looks when you start a disorder. You have just a red square around the assigned to, which means that it's mandatory. You can see also here down in the right corner that it's grayed out, so you cannot. Basically, like if you put a name here or assign someone, you can create the disorder. So this is the mandatory field. But it could be that every time you are creating a disorder, it's for the same person or same user, because you might have one person that is assigned to, and then that person is putting it to other people. So here I select Thomas, and I create the disorder. So and I click OK. And now when I create a new one, Thomas will be there. So from now on, he will do all my disorders. So that's great. That's payback for maybe spoiling too much. So that's the first thing. Then, this is handy, but a small thing. This is a huge thing. When, let's say that you have transported elements to the site, and you have, you find out, or something happened with an element, and you need to react it. Until now, we haven't been able to react delivered elements. So you have been able to, or if that situation appeared, you need to roll back and remove it from the transport and react, and yeah, making the transport delivered again. But now we can react the transported element. So you see here that status of this transport is delivered, but we can still react it. Here you'll get a message that you need to produce it again because it's produced, but that's fine. You get to the reaction and you create it, and it's reacted here. And then what happens is that you cast it again and need to transport it as normal, but it helps you. But then I know that a few people here might might think that this is a bad idea. I've had some meetings, and we have scenarios where this might cause some issues. But I'm not going into details, but it's we have a solution soon. So I hope you are happy. This one is also interesting. Now we have a disorder again, but it could be that the person creating the disorder, is not the one deciding what to do. So here is me creating a disorder, and I thought that we could fix this, but that's not the case. We need to react it and cast it again. So instead of like going and creating a new or closing this disorder and creating a reaction, we can now add or create the reaction from this disorder. So yeah, we can say that we are converting. We are not converting because the disorder will be kept. It will be closed. I'll show that in a minute. So here, when I press this one, you get like information that's okay, what you're about to do, and if you're sure. One note is also that you can do this from the places where you can react today. So transport, cast, and so on. The disorder will now be a reaction. We'll have information here that is added automatically, that in the title or in name it says reacted or reaction made from, and then it's the name from the disorder. And in the description also information, and in addition it's also the ID, just to make sure that it has been converted. And when we have done the reaction, we are in the disorder again, we'll get this here that it's converted, and that's again like not really the truth, because we keep the disorder so that we can track it, but it makes sense to it explains what happened with this element. We'll add a solution that we reacted, so we cast it again, and thought I highlighted, but the status will also be set to closed, so that you don't need to take care of that, because the disorder is not important for you anymore. A small one when working with attachments. So here is for an example in disorder again, but could be for other places. Before you just open the file, select or the folder and select the files. But if you do a lot of them, you might like this new feature where you can drag and drop all the different supported element file types. Switching to the second to last point, which is the element control. And the first feature is that we are now able to see the element control status in the detail view. So by going to the settings and selecting the element color to element control, we can see these colored like this. So green, approved, makes sense. Red, not yet approved. So it could be that they are not okay, but it could also be that they're missing some checks. and the white ones is where we don't have any controls yet. This one is a cliffhanger because maybe we won't come into this situation anymore. Let's see. Another thing we have added, or this is actually the cliffhanger right now, is the default controls. So now we can say that for the different element types, you see here, beams, this one should be default. Yeah, maybe I have some more down in the list. But basically you can just decide, okay, in this element type, I want to have this control all the time. So when putting the elements, now I don't have an example of this, so you need to trust me. I didn't add any controls to these elements before putting them on the casting unit. But in the second I did that, we'll just get the controls assigned. So you don't need to put them manually. So hopefully no white elements when you have the control colors started. And the last feature I want to show you before the big surprise that you have no idea about is the check all function. So here it could be that when you do your controls, you might do it and then you go to your computer and fill it in or whatever. So instead of going back and forth and so on, or being checking one and so, you can check all the same or at the same time, both for simple and for the simple controls in here, but also in the Impact Go. I think I'm pretty good with time. So now with the surprise, and maybe some of you are thinking like, okay, what did I miss? But when two people had the presentation, I was like, oh, you're spoiling too much. So this is something that is not available right now, but we wanted to present it to start some thoughts in your heads, and that's resulting that you have ideas, you contact us, and we can like figure out what's next, because this is quite big. We start small, but it's big. So the name that I will reveal here, or not reveal, but now I will reveal it, is maybe not the correct name, but it's the name we use internally right now, and it's pre-post cast process. So what is this? So we have the journey of the element with Impact. So drawing and element information, it's handled by AutoCAD, Revit, Tekla Base Tool, and sometimes with Excel import. So that we have tools for handling. Production, we have the planning, we have the workload, and we have the production. Storage, we can handle that and make sure that we have control of where our elements are and so on. Stack, we can make sure that the stacking is made correct. Same for transport, that we don't need to just have like a pen and paper. We have tools for this. And the same for erection. We can decide what order we can simulate and then use that information throughout the planning. But what we haven't had until now is the pre and post production things, let's say, right now. And Peter gave me some nice pictures, so that's what I'm gonna show now, and show what we are working on right now. So the plan is that we start with part 1, and that's gonna be started in just 1.5 weeks, I guess. We have code freeze for Q4 on Monday, and this is the first is like a mock-up picture. So yeah, The details might change, but it's more or less the same. So we can see here that this looks like it used to at your places, but we can see that you have these dots, or whatever we should call them, colors. That is something new. The same for the detail view. So these dots are just for, as a part one, to start this, let's say, project or functionality, is to be able to visually just in your planning see that, okay, do I have all the things prepared for my element? So the red is, or we have 5 here. 4 of them are predefined, and 1 is customizable. So the red one is custom materials. So the one making sure that the custom materials are prepared. Just go in, for instance, in ImpaGo and set these to now they are prepared. The same for reinforcement. We check that. It's not more complex than that today. We just say, okay, I'm done. The same for installation, but here we have integrated it with the status in the installation planning. So when you set it to, what is it called, the status? Cut, yeah. Then this will be automatically filled in. The same for mode openings, recesses, and end caps, and then whatever you want to. So what happens is that we fill in these colors, and from start we can see that some of my elements here, our tables, have empty ones, let's say, or it's basically the background color. It means that those things are not prepared. So if we take an example like this and this table, everything is prepared except for the custom materials. So from this view, you can just make sure that, you know, the day before or 2 days before or whatever you want to, or maybe even from this one, see that, okay, are we ready to produce? Because now it's like all these 5 places here. It could be 5 different people having, you know, control over what the status are, and I guess it's a bad thing if we are starting to cast and we don't have the reinforcement, for instance. So that was the pre-production, and for now, like the step 1 is the same for post. But here we have the difference is that for these 5 colors, 2 are predefined and 3 are customizable. So the first one is surface treatment. So yeah, what to do with the surface. And the second one is mounting of windows. But that, but then it's your ideas that could be added for the remaining 3. So this one will come sometimes 2026. But after that, we are interested for part 2 and 3 and 4, and that's really the reason why I wanted to present it here, because we have some ideas, but we don't really we haven't decided what these parts should be. So please think a little bit. Maybe you need some time, and then you have my contact information in the presentation that we'll share. Otherwise, you find me online on LinkedIn or whatever. But contact me and we can have discussions if you have ideas, because I guess you have some ideas. I've talked with someone, some of you already, and it is already ideas have popped up. So that's the end of my presentation, and I'm happy now. My first Impact Production presentations is done. So we start with some questions. Do you have any? Yes, Anna Maria. We have had the discussions, but it's not decided yet. But we maybe. Yeah, exactly. Jacob.
So these traffic lights,
Yes.
In this case, you only have one element table.
Yes.
What happens if you have two elements?
Yeah, so that's like this is just a mock-up now, so we haven't gone into the development, but it will work.
The best picture pixels.
Yeah, exactly.
I just remember the same with the ready for production indicator.
Mm.
If one was not ready, it was red, and there was just no indicator.
Mhm.
Which element
Yeah, yeah.
was used?
Yeah. We haven't done, digged into those details, but the plan is to show the worst. So if everything is ready, but one element has cost materials missing, then that's gonna be the color. Or
I think it's important to remember. Click on the calendar, you have the indicator per element, so you know where to go.
yeah, exactly. So you mean like in this view that like next to here to have yeah. Mm.
Otherwise, it's just a needle in a haystack.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, for holocore bed, or maybe holocore bed is bad example, but I agree with you. Yeah, but we'll think about that. Yes.
So I don't know, maybe you have this feature already, but let's say we have columns and they have a lot of portals.
Mhm.
How do you manage the setting of this mode? Can we do like take 1 hour to do from this level of portal to that kind of
You mean with the planning time, or like the time to produce it?
so that the different type of new kind of columns that are different levels so that it will let you know.
Okay, if it's a difficult element, you mean, or yeah. We don't have anything like that right now, but we can discuss a little bit more and see if we can figure something out. Yes, again, Anna Maria.
I have a lot of questions.
Yes, we have time.
About transport
Yeah.
when we already delivered an element and we have to reject it, but we don't want to reproduce it.
Okay.
Maybe just create some correcting.
Okay, but then it's not reacting.
And if you want again, then we
Okay, so you want to react. Okay,
don't want to
you will get it back to the factory and fix it, and
deliver again.
yeah, so that's like disorder, but a special case, I guess.
For this, we don't want to remove from the first transport.
Mm.
And are there any good solutions to solve this problem? And
Mhm.
create a delivery note from the construction site back to the factory.
The answer is no, but it's very interesting. We'll have to look into it.
Really regular.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, let's we can talk later about that as well, but interesting thought. Anyone else?
About the work calendar.
Yeah.
And now we can't get a date, but it's really annoying when we have already more than 50 or 60 finish days. Holidays.
Like in the settings in resource manager, you mean? Yeah.
Possible to put get there are new options to change or put more dates, not just one by one.
Mm-hmm. To put all.
For example, we have 5 national holidays,
Mm.
and we have to put it and like by one by one, and
Okay,
factories we have.
So maybe like yeah, being able to say like these days are yeah, that's a good idea. Today you will need to pick one by one, but we'll see what we can make. Yes, Dennis.
Are there any plans on being able to have disorders on transport level instead of element ID level?
Sorry. Yeah, we don't have that right now, right? No, but
We are planning the ID.
yeah.
Of course.
What can you give an example when that?
Well, it could be that the transport has risk to take within the additional items, and we want to create
Okay, you mean okay for the okay. I understand. I thought you meant for like getting that for all the elements on the transport, but for
the transport ID instead of the
yeah, just like we have for projects and so on. Yeah. Interesting. We'll see. Maybe we can give you that. Anyone else? Thomas?
But you can make multiple disorders for elements at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. You can also answer or ask. Yes, I'm more than happy to take more questions, but maybe we'll do it in tonight or in the breaks, because now I think Oscar wants to step in 3-4 minutes. So please be seated, and I'll welcome Oscar. And first, thank you for your attention.
For those who do not know me, my name is Oscar, and on daily basis, I'm part of the support team. And as a topic states, I'm here to talk about new Impact Wiki. But why new Impact Wiki? We want to improve the performance, speed, give a better organization, better structure, and a higher quality of documentation. With those improvements, we felt it was time for a fresh start and a new name. Let me introduce Impact Docs. Impact Docs is our new documentation site for all of our impact applications. You are welcome to take a look. The site is open for all impact users. The site is secured behind the Strusoft portal login. Once you log in, you will be presented with the application section. We have looked through each application and listed all buttons and functions, and there will be articles about all of them. This part is being worked on, and there is a lot of articles that need to be moved, written, or rewritten. We are well on our way with the report tool and the reports. And when that is done, we will move into variables and GVGs for standard admin. If we take a look at CAD, we can see the structure of the site. It is divided up to tabs, then sections, and then buttons. And this applies for all of our applications. In the training section, we have all of our courses, and they are ready to be used. In the future, we will add more comprehensive guides on how to configure, for example, a new template from scratch, add QR codes on shop drawings, new drawing types in standard app, and so on. Installation section contains all information about new installation, whether it's on a server or a client machine, how to migrate a database, deploy service, configure file sync, or publish. Portal part of the site contains information about the Strusoft portal and support portal. Our old wiki will be active during this process. What is the future? Why are we doing this? This is part of a bigger idea. We would like to make documentation more integrated into our application. For example, the AI like Peter mentioned. But here is a sneak peek of one of our ideas. Option to hover over a button, and you will be directed into the page or section of a page with more information about this function. Yeah, I hope that you are as excited about this as we are. Any questions? No? Then it's back to you, Peter. Very good. Is it rough? Yeah.
Okay, guys, let's see. Time for the ending speech. Long day for many of you. So a lot of information here. Let's see if I can click the next one here. This new stuff. So one thing that I always have in this ending is, of course, what's coming, what requirements will come for the software. And this is, let me switch to that slide. I should use that one. So, so we have all the software. As you know, we are connected to a lot of different softwares. And this is like the latest versions that we are supporting and some that gets out of support. So I guess some are probably still on Windows 10. We will leave that, of course. As Microsoft is leaving it, we have to do it also security reasons, of course. So the version 17.3 will not be with Windows 10. Microsoft Excel, you can see that we also remove some versions. Again, it's because Microsoft removes support for those. And then, of course, we need to follow. AutoCAD, the same. We will do a little bit switch because we have had so many AutoCAD versions, and it's really better to not have so many. As you are all on subscription, we know, so you can upgrade. So we will keep it down a little bit to only have 2 supported in the start, and of course, as soon as 2027 will come, we will support that as well. For BricsCAD, we will support also only 3 versions. And Revit, we will support 4 versions. The gray one is because it's not yet released. BricsCAD, I think, is released now, but yeah, or at least very close to release. Yeah, Tekla, Thomas already have told about. And then, of course, we have for the backbone. Not many of you think about the SQL server, but it's a very important player when you have many users. And SQL Server 2016, it was released like many years ago, will not longer be supported. And I actually recommend you to switch from that one if you know that you have it already now. Because look at this performance difference between SQL Server 2016, that is the one to the left, and if you go on newer versions of SQL Server, it's a huge difference, and especially when you start to get bigger databases. So again, it's the backbone, but it's important for all the users. So if you know, you can talk to your IT guys maybe, if you know that you have an older SQL Server, if you have 2016, I suggest to move from that one as soon as possible. The next version then after Q4 that we release now in the beginning of December will be a database change version. And that means that it will be as it was with 17.2. As you know, you need to upgrade all the clients at the same time when you go up to that version. Otherwise, you can go forward, you can upgrade the service, that part, and go with some of the clients. But that will not be the case for that one. And the reason why we're releasing one database version a year, as you see, that's the normal, is of course that you should be able to easier to follow us. In the old days, we did like 2 years, 3 years with same database version, meaning that it becomes very big jump for you to move with us. So it's good if you try to go in the same speed. I know it's tricky because you have a lot of work sometimes and you don't have time for it. But moving more in the pace we do will make it easier for you. Some stuff about the mobile app, because as the guys that are running on the Apple devices, they know that it's on Apple Business Manager, and we can only have one version there. That's just how it is. I mean, we cannot control Apple, so that means that we will release a new version of the Apple app so you can migrate between. For Android, we can send out APKs, so we can send out all the versions, meaning that we will not make a new one there. We will just like jump with it like we do normally. So that's some details about what's coming. But from that to the dinner. So for you that are signed up for the dinner, we are at the same location as last year, but it's at Hotel Scandic St. Jörgen. And that is Gustav Adolfs Torg. And if you need more directions, just stay and ask afterwards here. But I think it should be pretty easy to find. And once you have entered, I remember from last year that the elevator was not working all the time. We couldn't come up in it, but there is a stair also if there is something with the elevator. But I think it will work this time. But again, if you need any assistance, both now and at the restaurant, we have these blue ones on, so tell us. Then the presentation, let's see, this is the one. I'm getting confused on which one I am. Sorry, I was talking about the slide that is now already last time, so sorry for that. It's your setup that is different than I'm used to. Yeah. Is it yours now? Yeah, it's yours. Okay. Yeah. But anyway, I just told all on this one, so let's take the last one then. The presentation will come, of course, so you can look at this afterwards, share it with your colleagues. It will come on the homepage pretty soon. And I will also take the opportunity to thank everyone that has been online watching this day. They have also had some breaks, I hope. And before you go, we want to give you something, and that is some candy stuff that we have there. Yeah. So please take one of those before you go. And again, let's meet up at the restaurant. And for you that are leaving now, thank you for your attention during the day, and hope to see you again next year. So thank you all for this year's user conference.